Oh, not again. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that, everybody. But hello. We are back with another stream reacting to Lily Orchard. First of all, I hope you guys can hear me. I didn't change the settings from last time. From my last Deltarune stream, so you should be able to hear me okay. Just, testing the mic. Hopefully you guys can hear me alright. Alrighty then. Good to know that the volume is working great. Alright, so what are we doing, Taxman Company? Well, we are reacting to this video by Lily Orchard. If I could just let it go back.
Fair warning, this video.
Go back to the default view for a second. We are reacting to Lily Orchard's Imoen Romance mod video that she just posted because I heard that there was some insane Baldur's Gate 3 slander in this video. Oh my god!
XI Scribbles sent a super. Hello, I am here to inspect your super chats.
Holy balls! Holy moly! Thank you so much! Thank you so much for the super chat, Sai! Okay. Okay. That's the most anyone super chatted for me. Thank you so much! Okay. So, we're gonna go over this video because man, that is thank you so much for the money. Anyway, like I said, we're gonna go over this video because there is some insane Baldur's Gate 3 slander, and if you've seen my previous stream on Lily Orchard, as you know, I do not tolerate any slander against Baldur's Gate 3. And yay, it works. So, for context for this mod, speaking of size oh my goodness. Oh my god.
Atroc Josiah sent a super. Don't listen to her. She's not paying taxes.
Oh my god. Thank you, Rock Josiah, for the next super chat. That means so much. Okay, so speaking of Sly Scribbles, if you want context for this mod and who made it, I suggest checking out Sly Scribbles mod and at least checking out the history lesson tab and the TC Dale tab, because these two tabs tell you all about this mod and what they're about. Because trust me, you're going to need it to explain, like, literally everything. But if you really, don't want to, like, click off from the stream, and you just want to watch my stream, to give a long story short, this TC Dale guy, apparently writes, wrote, okay, if the video would load. But apparently, this TC Dale guy wrote and apparently writes, basically, like, God, how do I put this in a way that's not gonna get me demonetized? I just got monetized, guys. I don't want to, like,
attach.
Okay, that worked. So, how do I put this in a, and I don't even know if I can put this in a tasteful way. He writes, like, weird erotic stuff, but he also wrote something called, the rape of Imoen. So, that is the guy who helped in the creation of the Imoen Romance mod, which, if you did not know from the description of my current VOD is a mod where you, the player character in Baldur's Gate 2, can romance your half-sister. So, yeah, that is the context of what we're getting into today. Sly Scribble says, I cannot escape myself. Okay, so, unfortunately, we have to get into this, because, apparently, I hate myself. So, ignore these tabs at the top. We're going to get to that, but for now, we're just gonna get straight into the video, and I hope you can hear it, unfortunately. Oh my god, this is... Guys, this is gonna be painful. But, let's do this. Unfortunately. You can do this, nerd. You got this.
Deals with some pretty uncomfortable material, so I would advise not watching if it's too much for you.
Okay, so I did watch a little bit of Sly Scribble's VOD over here, so forgive me if I repeat some of her points. But she mentioned that codependency being like a tag of being uncomfortable was like kind of weird, and like I don't like to assume things about people, but I know way too much about Lily Orchard, like way more than the average person should. I know why this is a tag, guys. I don't like that I know why this is a tag. I don't like it. Guys, it's just oh my god. Let's just get into it.
The first two Baldur's Gate games are two of the best RPGs ever made, a long, arduous story about trying to defy a nature that...
Oh wait, guys, you can hear the video, right? Like, I'm not like going crazy. Y'all can hear the video, right? Please tell me that you actually no, lie to me. Tell me you can't hear the video so that I can save myself. Okay, you can hear, unfortunately.
Hounds you at every turn, being thrust from the safety of your home to be free game for a swarm of vultures, desperate to consume every with the best RPGs ever made, a long, arduous story about trying to defy a nature that hounds you at every turn, being thrust from the safety of your home to be free game for a swarm of vultures, desperate to consume your divine essence for themselves. It practically pioneered an entire genre of character-driven RPGs where the relationship to your companions is just as, if not more, important than the big grand-scale RPG plot, where the focus isn't on a nefarious evil villain on the horizon, but on confronting your own inner demons in a way RPGs had never done before.
Okay, so I'm going to admit this right now. Me pausing and saying what I'm about to say right now, this is a totally personal me thing. The claim that Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 was the first to do this whole like explore the world first and then fight the big bad. The claim that it was the first two games to do that, I find that total bullshit. I'm sorry. Maybe it was. Maybe it was. I'm sorry. I haven't played a lot of games. My upbringing was weird. I wasn't allowed to. But I am so sorry. I find that to be total bullshit. I'm sorry. Like seriously. Okay. When did the first Baldur's Gate? Okay. Let me Google this real quick. Baldur's Gate 1 release date. 1998. Okay, so that is minus AI. Okay, still 1998. Okay, so the first Baldur's Gate game came out in 98, alright? Like, still, was it seriously the first game that did that? If it is, I will put my foot in my mouth. But seriously, I don't feel like that's the case. Like, okay, if it is, then just correct me. I will put my foot in my mouth. But this feels like maybe it's because it's such a common thing nowadays. But to think that these games, maybe these were the pioneers of this, maybe these games were the pioneers of this genre. And, it's these were the first and everything like built on top of that. But I don't know, it's just hard for me to believe it and stuff. Okay, back to the video.
Where the role-playing had less to do with the numbers and the game mechanics, but on the branching narrative dictated by your decisions. Previously,
Okay, so let me roll that back.
villain on the horizon, but on confronting your own inner demons in a way RPGs had never done before. Where the role-playing had less to do with the numbers and the game mechanics, but on the branching narrative dictated by your decisions.
Where the gameplay had less to do with the rolling and the numbers. I feel like that is a direct dig at 5e, 5th edition, right? Okay, I've heard that Lily Orchard hates 5th edition, and that felt like a direct dig at 5th edition, because from my understanding of D&D, 5th edition is all about, dice rolling and numbers and stuff, right? I will be honest, I have not played as much D&D as I should. All of my understanding of D&D is from 5th edition, but that felt like a direct dig at 5th edition. Am I going crazy? Seriously, that felt like a direct dig at 5th edition. K Carcat Vantis says, side chat, we're talking about Fallout doing it too. Oh yeah, the Fallout games did it too. Side Scribble says, romances maybe, but companions not really. Yeah. I'm going to have to take your word on that, because I wasn't even born with when the first Baldur's Gate came out. Okay, back to the video.
Previously the sole domain of BioWare, this genre exploded into popularity during the 2010s, before dying a gruesome, grisly death in the 2020s, murdered by the twin horrors of self-conscious irreverence and Twitter thirst.
Oh my god! Oh my god. Okay, this is something I brought up in my initial stream of oh my gosh. This is something I brought up in my initial Lily stream of her talking about Baldur's Gate 3. Just because people online are thirsting over Astarion doesn't mean that the game is bad. And, why? What is your problem with Astarion? Oh my goodness. And, okay, I will admit, I feel like the devs designed Astarion very intentionally to be very pretty and, Cat Peasant 106 says, there it is, Baldur's Gate 3 slander. Okay, and what did she say before?
Domain of BioWare, this genre exploded into popularity during the 2010s, before dying a gruesome, grisly death in the 2020s, murdered by the twin horrors of self-conscious irreverence and Twitter thirst.
Self-conscious irreverence? What does that even mean? Guys, I am so serious. What does that even mean? Self-conscious irreverence? Okay. Self-conscious means you're self-aware. And I can't believe I'm looking this up right now. Irreverence. Oh my god. Okay. No shit, it's a lack of reverence. Viewing something not worthy of admiration. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe I'm doing this right now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. A self-aware lack of respect? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that Baldur's Gate 3 has no respect for yourself and that it only exists for Twitter thirst? Is that what you're saying to me right now, Lily Orchard? Oh my god, you are several words I don't want to say right now because we have 49 minutes to go. Also video is a touch quiet. Okay. Let me up the volume a tad. Thank you for telling me. Side scribbles. Oh my god. It means she thinks everything is unserious Marvel talk. Thanks for summarizing it. Oh my lord. Okay, back to the video. Let me know if you guys can hear it this time.
But it can't be understated just how good the original Baldur's Gate was. Traditional PC RPGs were going through a slump when it came out, largely overshadowed by prettier games that were more immediately spectacular. Baldur's Gate, with its beautiful pre-rendered visuals and aspirations to sit alongside Forgotten Realms fiction, a level of care in the writing not seen in CRPGs at the time, caused it to be explosively popular, selling 1 million copies by 1999.
Is that really the case, guys? Is that seriously the case? You guys have to tell me, because, guys, I am young. I am 20 years old. I don't know anything about old-ass games like this. Is what she is saying true? Was this considered peak graphics back then? Was this considered peak gameplay back then? A part of me doesn't want to believe her because she's Lily, but at the same time, I don't know anything about this stuff. Okay, Carcat Vantis says, wow, 98 was stacked with great RPGs. Brave Fencer, Musashi, I probably said that wrong, Parasite Eve, Suikoden, Xenogears, Diablo, Fallout 2, another Fallout reference, and others. Okay, so it wasn't just Baldur's Gate. There were other games like this. Okay, so either she didn't play those games and she's just basing this video off of her one experience, or she's just lying. And it's probably both. Side Scribble says, this is pretty typical for CRPGs back then, which were more complex than console games. And Jose39 says, yes, this was peak graphics. Okay. Good to know. I am going to cut this game some slack then, because again, I don't know anything about this stuff. Guys, my references for video games is very, very small. I haven't played a lot of games. Please cut me some slack. I just don't know a lot. Okay, back to the video.
Baldur's Gate was adored for its massive cast of silly characters and its open-ended approach to gameplay. You could just go on an adventure, follow the main story if you wanted to, or go to that place over there and see what you could find. In every single area, you would find at least one handcrafted quest. Before this, the closest thing to that level of exploration was Daggerfall, which used procedural generation to recreate a massive world with little to actually see in it. And the sequel took all that and made it even bigger. Longer quests that dealt with more interesting stories, no longer clearing kobolds out of mines, now you were sniffing out cults of eyeless fanatics worshipping a beholder in the sewer. You were besieging a keep that was taken by trolls. You were tailing a mad elven wizard who kidnapped your best friend for a ridiculously circuitous revenge plot. And it didn't take long for people to break—
Okay, she just said circuitous right there. I'm only pointing it out for one specific reason. Just keep in mind, she said circuitous once. Just keep that in mind, okay guys? She says it at least once. Keep it in the back of your heads.
The engine open and realized that, hey, it would actually be really easy to make our own quests and stories, and thus did a long-lasting and dedicated modding community take forth. Modding for Baldur's Gate is a different beast from modding most games today. In the majority of cases, you need someone who can write and someone who knows how to code in Lua script. And that's about it. If you have both of those skills, then congratulations, you can be a Baldur's Gate modder. You don't even need to code, really. There's a lot you can tinker with just using a single third-party editing tool. The engine is entirely text-based, so anything in the game is free for you to dig around in. Making actual story-based content is certainly a larger undertaking, but not the Herculean task that doing so for, say, Mass Effect or Baldur's Gate 3 would be. Modded content for those games would be immediately apparent by either the lack of or amateur voice acting and a serious drop in animation quality, which is why custom storylines and companions don't really exist.
Okay, did you guys hear what she just said? She just said that modding for Baldur's Gate 3 would be a Herculean task, and that's why story mods for Baldur's Gate 3 don't really exist. Funny that she says that, because if you look on Nexus mods for Baldur's Gate 3, which is I believe directly connected to the actual Baldur's Gate 3 game, where you can specifically download mods official mods in the game, you can see that there are almost 18,000 mods that you can officially download in the game. And what's that? At least 59 animation mods. over 2,000 classes mod, which can like very directly change the story of the game. Over almost 2,000 character customization mods. Nearly 3,000 gameplay mods. 71 quest mods, aka the thing that changes the thing that changes the very core of the game. So bullshit that it's a Herculean task and story mods don't exist for Baldur's Gate 3. You just didn't look for them and you just lied. Well, I meant to say, or you just lied. No, actually, it's probably both. Like, bullshit! There are 17,000 mods that are officially integrated into this game! You just didn't look! Like, guys, I can't stress this enough. At least 17,000 mods are officially integrated into this game. And she just said that mods for this game do not exist. Like, it is not that, like, guys, I googled this in like 2 minutes. It is not that hard to find. Like, oh my goodness. This is, like, actually insane. Okay. Like, wow, these are some pretty cool mods, actually. Ooh. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked. Anyway, back to the actual video. We now know that what Lily said is literally wrong. Literally false. Let's get back to it.
With the Infinity Engine, it's just text, not even descriptive text, just dialogue. The ability for seamless integration drives the creative mind because you could make your content feel just as home inside the base game as the material made by the developers. This means a lot.
Also, wait, chat again. K Carcat Mantis says, Lily doesn't understand how people make mods nowadays. Literally, there is a Fallout 4 mod that makes a new Fallout game called Fallout London. Oh, really? That sounds really cool, actually. But what I was going to say is, and this is a me thing. Not exactly a problem with the video in question, but this is a me thing. It feels like, it feels like Lily is putting the effort of Baldur's Gate 2 mods above the effort of Baldur's Gate 3 mods. And I'm sorry, but I feel like one is way higher than the other. Because the way Lily is describing it, you just have to, like, open the text. You just have to open a few text documents in Baldur's Gate 2, edit some things around, and then boom, the mod is there. Meanwhile, like, I'll see, like, Patreon pages, I'll see, like, entire, like, Patreon pages of people dedicated just to modding Baldur's Gate 3, and, like, people giving updates for modding Baldur's Gate 3, like, hey, here's this update on this mod for Baldur's Gate 3, like, modding Baldur's Gate 3 is, like, really difficult, and, like, it is, like, really freaking hard, and I admire the people who put in this much effort into the mods. And, like, I know that Lily isn't, like, saying this directly, but I feel like she's, like, implying that because Baldur's Gate 2 is easier to mod, that makes it better than Baldur's Gate 3 mods. Like, I feel like that's insane and a bit of a stretch, but it's just, like, it just feels so weird. Hi, 'tis Billy Bacon. Hey, Billy Bacon, what's up? You are here and seeing me suffer. I was just saying how it sounded weird that, Lily was saying that the effort put into Baldur's Gate 2 mods was better than Baldur's Gate 3 mods, even though one has more effort put into it than the other. K Carcat Vantis says she somehow thinks because it's more difficult, it's worse. Yeah, I think that's what she's saying. Anyway, we are 2 minutes in. Let's get back to it.
A lot of extremely ambitious mods have been made for the series over the years. Probably the most well-known is the BG1 NPC project. See, the difference between BG1 and BG2 is like night and day. Characters in BG2 have entirely fleshed out storylines, quests, the possibility for goofy romance, and even plot relevance. In the first game, characters are flat, have few banter dialogues, and have rather one-note personalities. This is actually because BioWare hadn't expected you to get attached to any of them. Party members are capable of permanently dying, and so BioWare had to encourage you to treat them as expendable. There were party members only accessible in certain chapters, specifically because BioWare—
Wait a minute. I just missed that. Okay. Wait a minute.
get attached to any of them. Party members are capable of permanently dying, and so
You say that like that's not very common. Like, was it like, guys? Again, I haven't played a lot of games from. I haven't played games that were older than I am, so maybe that wasn't common. But like, I feel like that was like, was that not common? Okay, let me just unpause the video because I am hoping this is going to lead into a future point.
BioWare had to encourage you to treat them as expendable. There were party members only accessible in certain chapters, specifically because BioWare expected you would be losing friends at quite a pace, which is a concept an RPG hadn't really done since then. No, that's not true. At least the Painful does it. My mistake. They never expected you to care about them, and certainly never expected you to keep the same party the entire time, but that's what people did. The reason the canon party in BG2 is Imoen, Jaheira, Khalid, Minsk, and
Wait a minute. Okay, first of all, K Carcat Vantas just said Fire Emblem been doing that for years. Baldur's Gate wasn't the first, or at the very least wasn't the only game doing this. But I just realized she didn't elaborate on the point that she didn't. Oh my god. She didn't elaborate on the point of your companions permanently dying. She just dropped it. She didn't elaborate at all. She just brought it up for no reason and then just continued. But I'm going to ask you guys to keep that in mind, just like the circuitous thing. I'm pretty sure I said that wrong. I'm going to ask you to keep that in mind for later, because it's going to relate to these other tabs in the future. Anyway.
Hair is because those are the most commonly used companions and the most popular. And not to smack James Olin with the power of hindsight, but you threw the player character out into a scary world with a freshly murdered father, and then had their best friend since childhood sneak out to come with them because they were worried about them, and you didn't expect people to get attached.
Okay, so originally I didn't know what this art was from, but I unfortunately learned from Psy's stream, thanks a lot for that, Psy, if you are watching, that this is fan art of Lily Orchard's two married siblings OCs. So, anyone new here, you are also cursed with that knowledge, as I am, so you're welcome. Man, I love this. I love this. Man, this is awesome.
The BG1 NPC project attempted to create parity with BG2, new dialogues, new banters, companion-oriented questlines, and even a few romanceable party members. It was a Herculean undertaking over several years. Hell,
that's the second time you said Herculean in this video. You don't... This is just a weird autistic thing I have with using the same words over and over again, but it's been 4 minutes and you used that word twice already. I don't know why that bothers me. It's not really a Lily thing, it's just a me thing. Anyway.
The NPC project pretty much took all the little mods adding these things for single characters and packaged them all together. A compilation of one of the most extensive and vibrant sides of the modding community. Some of the stuff introduced in these mods is just straight up Forgotten Realms canon now. The NPC project is so massive, it comes to about 52 megabytes in size. For something that's mostly just...
Wait a minute.
Is so massive, introduced in these mods is just straight up Forgotten Realms canon now. The NPC project is so massive, it comes to about 52 megabytes in size.
Okay. I'm going to assume that is big for 1998 Baldur's Gate 1, because 52 megabytes is not that big. Oh my god.
For something that's mostly just plain text and code, that's rather large. It speaks to the sheer amount of time and effort spent on it, and the amount of care that went into each character. All of them sorely underserved by BioWare believing people wouldn't get attached. BioWare didn't make that mistake for BG2. Every companion was as detailed as they could possibly be. Well, except one. I've spoken at length about Imoen in the past. She's the first party member available to the player in both games, and is unique in having a history with...
Oh yeah, you spoke about Imoen in length, definitely. Like how you would put a Starion below Imoen in terms of romance stuff in my previous stream about you, Lily. In my previous stream where you talked about Baldur's Gate 3 and romance companions in RPGs and video games, you would put a Starion below Imoen. Do you remember that? I really hope my screaming is more entertaining to you guys than annoying, by the way. I definitely like screaming a lot. Anyway, back to the video.
The player, having grown up together playing in Candlekeep. Imoen was a last-minute addition to the first game, added to solve the issue of there being no non-evil thieves before Chapter 4, and hastily added from recycled assets. Imoen in the first game didn't...
Okay, she literally admits that Imoen is a last-minute addition to the game. Like, you guys hear that? Imoen, last-minute addition. She was not supposed to be in the game. She was put in there at the last second. So, it begs the question. Why are you so obsessed with this last-minute addition to the game who doesn't really have that much dialogue and isn't that important to the story? Why? I'm just asking. Just asking. Chet says, Side Scribble says, I get the sense no one cares about Imoen as much as Lily, lol. Yeah, I'm getting that feeling too.
Even have the bare bones BG1 banter because she was added too late and they had no budget left. Imoen was the character who got the most dialogue added to her by the BG1 NPC project because in spite of her lack of banter dialogue, her silly personality and best friend status meant a lot of people really liked her. It helps that she's actually really good for her class, having better dexterity, constitution, and intelligence than fighter thief Montaron, and having the stats to dual class into a mage. Imoen was just a character you could never go wrong with. Anyway, Imoen was so popular that BioWare actually went back on plans to kill her off in a ridiculously circuitous route in the last second during...
Okay, circuitous. Remember, that's the second time she said that. Circuitous. Second time she said that in 5 minutes. Guys, I am not... Hey, Billy Bacon, you got the right account. Okay, guys, I'm not one to nitpick about grammar, but to say the same word several times in like several minutes, it's like, I don't even know why. It just bothers me. It just bothers my ears. Okay?
In the development of Baldur's Gate 2, and because of this sudden change, Imoen was once again left without proper dialogues outside of her mandatory quests. Something that...
Wait a minute. What did you just say?
Ridiculously circuitous route in the last second during the development of Baldur's Gate 2, and because of this sudden change, Imoen was once again left without proper dialogues outside of her mandatory quests.
Wait a minute. Okay, I don't know if Sai caught this, but did Lily just admit that Imoen was once again shafted in Baldur's Gate 2, and she doesn't have a lot of dialogue in Baldur's Gate 2? But didn't she just say that Imoen was so popular in Baldur's Gate 1, and she was so popular with people that she just had to be in Baldur's Gate 1? But she was also nearly cut from the game, and she was a last-minute addition? Yo, which is it? Am I crazy? It can't be both! Like, you can't be so popular that you're, like... You can't be so popular that you are put back into the game by fan demand and then be continuously shafted by the writers because of how, like, completely forgotten you are by said writers. Guys, I am doing my best to pay attention and not just space out and wait for more Baldur's Gate 3 slander. I am actively trying my best to pay attention to what she says. But I am pretty sure, yeah, well Side Scribble says Lily contradicts herself and say J that ends in Y. Yeah, she literally just contradicted herself in like less than 10 seconds. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna unpause the video, but guys, it cannot be both. Pick one!
Something that would be fixed in Throne of Ball, so Imoen survived Throne of Ball but was left mute. And just like how modders sought to fix the dearth of meaningful content and companions in the first game, with special attention paid to Imoen, several people sought to fix Imoen's dearth of real content in the second game. Imoen Friendship by Kalori is a modestly sized pack of banter dialogues, and Imoen Forever by Jatesi allowed Imoen to remain in the party in Chapter 2 and 3, and gave her a modest number of banter dialogues as well, without completely breaking the story. But then came...
Okay, so, Side Scribble says, also, Circuitous must have been on her word a day calendar. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Side Scribble in her VOD mentioned this, and I didn't pick this up until she brought it up, but there are other mods for Imoen that expand her story that don't involve incest. Guys, I cannot stress this enough. There are mods for Imoen that you can install to expand her story that do not involve incest or sleeping with her. But Lily chooses to focus on the one that has incest in it. Guys, I'm just saying, that is objectively weird. Wolf Titan Reading 5308 says, Lily also has a habit of using big words that most people don't use. It makes her look pretentious and stupid at the same time. Sometimes you got to keep language simple. As much as I hate using, as much as I hate the fact that media illiteracy is becoming a buzzword, I do agree with you. You can't just spew out big words and expect people to think that you're going to be smart. Like, using big words doesn't automatically make you smart. In fact, using big words in an attempt to look smart just makes you dumb, doesn't it? But, anyway, I'm sorry, but installing the mod that has incest when there are other mods that don't have incest is weird. That is objectively weird. Okay, back to it.
The big one. A juggernaut of a mod, larger than the entire NPC project, which not only fully fleshed out Imoen's story and character development, but fleshed out an entire library of banter dialogues, quest lines, entirely new cutscenes, new items, new gameplay, its own soundtrack, and a massive variety of content to the point it has 44 different epilogues, amounting to 4 hours of unique content spread across Shadows of Amn and Throne of Ball. Probably the only story-based mod for Baldur's Gate 2 that everyone is aware of, almost entirely by reputation, and which is so famous most people just tend to shuffle past it whenever it's mentioned.
Wait a minute. Shuffle past it whenever it's mentioned, but it's so famous that so many people know about it. One, you're talking about that's not famous, Lily. That's the word you're looking for is infamous. And maybe the reason people don't like talking about it is because it's an incest mod. Like, if you're gonna use big words, at least use the right words. You're talking about this mod being infamous. Like, oh my goodness. Okay, how do I, okay, K Carcat Vantis says, also, like Sai said, Lily used to say that she only did the friendship part of the mod, while now she defends the romance openly. Oh, she does? Oh my god. Oh god, oh boy. Well, we have, 43 minutes to go. Let's see where it goes.
I'm talking about Imoen Romance.
cut away so long?
Let's get a few things out of the way. First of all, yes, this mod includes incest, although it does address and deal with that issue, or rather lets the player deal with it. So for the rest of the video, we're going to be walking with the story to its pier. So get your childish ews and washing machine and Alabama jokes out now, because for the rest of this video, we're going to be entertaining the subject like adults. Secondly,
Okay, so Sai brought this up in her stream, and I'm gonna bring it up here. Calling people childish for saying incest is gross is weird, because incest is gross. Like, guys, like, okay, I don't know exactly how to put this. Like, oh my god. I understand, like, oh my goodness. Okay. I don't know exactly how to put this, but I understand, like, two consenting adults can, like, do whatever they want in their own home and all that, like, sure, whatever, I don't care. But incest is gross. And incest is bad. And, like, Cat Peasant 106 says, it is literally a crime. You should not do incest. Please do not commit incest. And to call people childish for thinking incest is gross says a lot about you, in my opinion. That is just weird. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to move on because this is a really, really weird topic. I just cannot get into right now. But basically, incest is bad, and if you don't think that, then please leave my channel. Please.
Despite its name, Imoen Romance is actually a massive expansion designed solely for Imoen. It gives her everything a companion is supposed to have that she inexplicably doesn't. Banters, unique items, break conditions, and companion quests. It does make her a romanceable companion, but just like Aerie and Hair-to-Lys, she has other options if the player doesn't pursue it. Particularly, Imoen develops a strong friendship with Aerie and can even develop into a romantic relationship in Throne of Ball if the player doesn't get there first in either case. More on that later. The majority of its focus is on the after effects of Imoen's torture during Spellhold, and recovering from what she'd been put through. It deals with trauma, violation, comfort, coping mechanisms, and does it all very respectfully. It allows Imoen to develop a deeper connection with Gorian's ward and gives her more ability to interject.
Okay. Lily does not... I don't think Lily mentioned who Gorian's ward is at all. To clarify, I'm pretty sure Gorian's ward is the player character in both Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Just to clarify. And Billy Bacon says, incest fucks up your psyche, and also your genes literally tells you not to do it. Yeah. If your genes are telling you to not screw your siblings, then don't do it, man. Anyway.
During the main story. It arguably elevates Imoen to co-protagonist, something that is usually considered a massive faux pas in Baldur's Gate modding, but many would argue Imoen is the only character who can get away with that. Now, in terms of being able to romance Imoen, this subject always starts up a discussion about whether or not being a ballspawn technically makes you related, with people who like the idea of a childhood best friend romance trying to rules lawyer their way out of the uncomfortable elephant in the room, which is something this mod...
Wait a minute. Oh my god, wait, let me have her finish her point.
Completely and wholeheartedly refuses to do. You are going to have this uncomfortable conversation, the game says. You are going to take this seriously. You are going to navigate the implications of everything you have just learned. And if you act like an irreverent, horny weirdo about it, I'm going to light you on fire. The mod doesn't play around. There are two kinds of player who would likely be immediately interested in this mod. For one, players who want to romance Imoen and would like to just ignore the second act plot twist. And two, players who go to the Andy and Lele school of wanting to revel in the fact that the lead characters are doing something wrong. And the mod is...
Oh my god. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my god. Gosh. I just wanted some simple Baldur's Gate 3 slander And now it's this. It's funny that you bring up the Cat Peasant 106 immediately says what I was going to say. You are the horny weirdo, Lily. Yes, that is exactly what I was going to say. Like, Lily, you can't, like, no, you can't say that. Like, oh my god. Like, oh my goodness. I feel like you can hear my brain cells dying. Can we get tomatoes for Lily? Unfortunately, I do not have tomato stickers like Sai, but you can spam tomatoes in the chat. Tyler Preston 699 says Lily in a post said that elves inbreeding are a better thing than for them to mate with a human. She's always been telling on herself. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Carcat Vantas says BG3 slander will come. You just have to survive the awfulness of everything else she says. Okay, great. So, oh, also, an awful Jahira slander, that one pissed me off so much. Thank you for the tomato size scribbles. But anyway, what I was going to say is, Lily, it's funny that you bring up the coffin of Andy and Lele, because, like, last time I checked, you pretend to not like it, but I think that you do. Like, I think you really do like it. Man. It's just, oh my god. It's like Lily, you can't act like you're better than the people who are all like who just want to goon over this mod, when you are the one who made an entire 50-minute video covering this mod in the first place. And when you were the one that admitted that people don't like talking about it, probably for a very good reason. Cat Peasant 106 says, you do not understand Coffin, Lily. You are coping so hard for Andrew, and both Andy and Lele are fucking evil assholes. I'm gonna take your word on that.
Almost hard-coded to ruin your day if you pull that shit. Any attempt. And 2, players who go to the Andy and Lele school of wanting to revel in the fact that the lead characters are doing something wrong. And the mod is almost hard-coded to ruin your day if you pull that shit. Any attempt to skirt around the main central issue of the Ward and Imoen being siblings, like, for example, well, does being a Paul Spawn really make us related? Will usually have Imoen stare at you with a mixture of disbelief and contempt, and trying to be the Baldur's Gate equivalent of this post means that Imoen is going to be creeped out and leave because there is a fundamental difference between being in love with Imoen and just wanting some forbidden taboo sex.
Okay, let's go over this, one by one, because
It will usually Imoen being siblings, like your day if you pull that shit. Any attempt to skirt around the main central issue of the Ward and Imoen being siblings, like, for example, well, does being a Paul Spawn really make us related? Will usually have Imoen stare at you with a mixture of disbelief and contempt.
So, the mod, Imoen, okay, so when you, the player character, is like, are we really siblings though? Imoen in the mod is like, why would you say that we are siblings? So the mod is trying to, like, force you to like, be like, no, you are siblings and you are dating. So, like Sai said in her VOD, in her stream, the mod is derailing you into acting like siblings. So let's get that down.
And trying to be the Baldur's Gate equivalent of this post means that
And, according to Sai, who, if you, Sai Scribbles, who, if you don't know, is a lesbian. Scientifically, she is a lesbian, but I am so sorry. Anyway, I'm just stating facts. But Sai, she's lesbian, and according to her, when she saw this pop up, she said, I'm pretty sure she said that. She said that, Lily, we do not like, we lesbians do not like to, like, smash our sisters or whatever. Actually, let me actually, pull up, actually, let me see if I can, like, find the actual, like, thing where she actually, like, said it and stuff.
And T.C. Dale is
Going to be
incest author.
be the Baldur's Gate equivalent of this post means that Imoen is going to be
Me as a teenager, I love to play Smash Brothers. Me as an adult lesbian, I love to smash sisters. Yeah, Lily, again, lesbians? Like, actually, you're, like, bisexual, so what the fuck do you know? Like, actual lesbians do not, like, fantasize about fucking their own sisters. I don't know how degenerate you think gay people are, but, they're not as degenerate as you.
creeped out and leave
So, that's what she said, and she said it way better than I ever could. just constant Cybian in the chat. Okay. Tyler Preston said before, one of the BG series Slanders is literally accusing the fans of being racist because they wanted to date the vampire drink, then brings up a random black guy. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Imoen is going to be creeped out and leave because there is a fundamental
Okay. Actually, let me have her finish her sentence first, and then we'll read this.
difference between being in love with Imoen and just wanting some forbidden taboo sex.
Okay. Oh my god. Remember what she said? There's a difference between being in love with Imoen and just wanting forbidden taboo sex. Do you hear that? Okay, now let's read this dialogue, because I'm pretty sure this is dialogue from the mod. And I have more examples, but oh my god. Oh my god. I can't believe I have to read this to make my point, but anyway. Oh god, alright. Alright, that was weird. Guess that them turning into vicious flesh-craving spirits pretty much gave it all away, huh? Just a bunch of idiot ghosts trying to screw with our heads. Kinda scary that they could dig into our memories like that, though. It would have sucked a lot more if you hadn't stuck up for me like that. You were great, Ari. They spoke the truth, nevertheless, but that's of little concern to me. It makes everything all the more enticing. What? What's that supposed to mean? That I'm a harlot and our love is revolting? Was what you told them a whole lot of hogwash? That's a crude way of saying it. I just enjoy how dirty it feels. I'm kinky, you know that. It doesn't feel dirty to me. Is that all there is to it for you? Kinky sex? You don't think we're special? Of course I do. We are special, in a dirty way. Well then, that's just grand. You really don't give a damn, do you? The more perverted, the better. Gosh, maybe they were right after all. Maybe I've been lying to myself. You are a plague, Lucian Faye Run. The apostrophe isn't there. It's pissing me off. I'm nothing but a dirty slut, and even our own parents would hate us if they still lived. Just leave me alone and don't talk to me, Ariana. So, I just cringed so hard from reading that. But let me rewind what Lily just said.
And trying to be the Baldur's Gate equivalent of this post means that Imoen is going to be creeped out and leave because there is a fundamental difference between being in love with Imoen and just wanting some forbidden taboo sex.
Guys, is what I just read Imoen being upset that is what I just read not the most obvious, oh, this is so taboo thing you've ever seen in your life? Like, Sai brings this up a lot in her stream, and I didn't really notice it as much, cause usually I have Sai streams on while I'm drawing and stuff, but guys, seriously, this whole oh, you think I'm such a slut, don't you? You think I'm a harlot now? Is this all that is? Dang it. Is that all this is to you? Geeky sex? guys, are we being for real right now? Are we being so for real? This, like, I'm so serious. Does Lily think I'm stupid? Like, I know that I can be like, I know I tend to stumble over my words, and I don't always get things immediately, but this whole, oh my god, this thing I'm doing is so bad. It's like, this is so obviously the taboo thing that she is complaining about, right? Common.
A cinder block of consequences on your skull, because what the fuck did you expect was gonna happen?
Okay, so I think this is more dialogue from the mod. Imoen says, "I'm so sorry, Ariana. I was just so worried." 1. Imoen, I thought I lost you forever. I miss you so much. Are you alright? 2. Are you her? What did he do to you? 3. Are you my Imoen again? You know what I am now, right? Yes, it was most unpleasant. Yada yada.
It's just so the game can drop a cinder block of
Look, I love you, alright? Happy? Well, it doesn't matter. Us being siblings is bad enough, but ball spawn too? We'd be twice damned. This is an awful mistake. Why? Because of the incest issue? Let's simply call it a deep relationship between siblings, eh? Haha. Imoen narrows her eyes, sadness and disappointment turning into scathing spite. Well, that's just all, Ari. With these words, she turns around and walks away from you. Despite her anger, it's clear you've shattered her heart into 1,000 pieces. Oh my god. This is from the mod. This is so... Guys, this is so fucking cringe. And, maybe I am looking too deep into this incest gooner mod from who knows how many years ago at this point. But it feels like Imoen is, really not into the fact that you and her have, been dating and stuff. She seems, unbelievably guilty about it. And it's like, yo, I don't like the fact that we are technically related and we are dating and stuff. And the player character, Grind Sword, is like, hey, it's totally fine. We can be dating and stuff, and it's totally fair. It doesn't matter. We can just have a deep relationship. And it's like, hey, I hate the fact that I am saying this, but if Grind Sword actually cared, then maybe she would respect Imoen and stop trying to date her. You know? God, I feel like it's gonna be taken out of context now. What I'm trying to say is, maybe if Grind Sword actually cared about Imoen in this mod, or even in this situation, she would, stop trying to hate her. No, stop trying to, screw her and fuck her and stuff. K Carcat Vantage says, another thing that is very weird in this mod, Imoen is very infantilized. Oh, God. That's another thing I saw in Sai's stream. I am not going to like that. Great. Anyway.
Fuck did you expect was gonna happen when you pulled that shit? Imoen isn't just going through a lot and has a massive roadblock between you and the mod's title. She's just always been your best friend and so expects to be treated with a level of consideration and respect far beyond the other characters. In the NPC project, there was no shortage of dialogue options based around telling Imoen to fuck off. Something Imoen...
Wait, so she expects to be treated with a level of respect over the other characters because she's your best friend? Okay, so I don't know anything about the first Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 games, so I'm only going off of Baldur's Gate 3. So maybe I'm just a little bit biased, obviously, but maybe Imoen should shut her mouth, because in this setting, it's not exactly the time to be whiny and be like, pay attention to me, because I feel like there would be other important stuff going on when in your questing journey. like, like, like if it's specific to the mod, then sure, like maybe actually, sure, like I guess that makes sense. Actually, no, wait, no, I'm not giving credit to the mod at all, like, cause like, oh my goodness, like the mod, okay. From what I'm understanding, this mod writes Imoen to be like. Is she seriously saying this mod writes Imoen to be like needy and be like needy and like pay attention to me all the time and stuff like that? Is that seriously what she's saying? Like, what am I expecting? This is a Gooner mod. Of course it would.
And responded to with a good-natured, "Well, aren't you the peachiest today?" implying that this isn't normal for you, but it's infrequent enough that she takes it with good humor. In Imoen Romance, responding to Imoen with callousness or unserious irony will have her react extremely badly because she's just been through hell and expects better at a time like this from her best friend. At times,
oh, so that is how she's written. She's written like a baby. She's written like a writer. Okay. So, like, how does this strengthen her character? Exactly? Oh my goodness. Let me look at the chat again. Another, K Carcat Vantis says, another thing that is very weird in this mod, and one is very infantilized. Wolf Titan Reading 5308 says, they treat her like a bad anime waifu from a 2-star anime. K Carcat Vantis says, never played Beachy 2, but yeah, it seems like the mod, it seems it's the mod that writes M1 like that. Yeah, so to recap, Lily loves the mod that writes Imoen like a needy, whiny little baby that's like, pay attention to me all the time, or I'm gonna be pouty and hate you and like stick my tongue out at you. Real classy, Lily. Real classy. You're not telling on yourself at all here. Guys.
like this, if you push too hard, she'll straight up leave the party and the game permanently. I quite like this. RPGs of today don't have the time or resources to create a massive cast of companions, so even losing one companion permanently is usually saved for near the end of the game, so you either can't be too mean to them for the sake of a cohesive story, or they just take your abuse on the chin. If your behavior starts getting especially egregious, the plot will grit its teeth and come up with some excuse as to why Captain Wonderboy didn't just cap you in the back of the head. Imoen isn't like most RPGs.
Oh, here we go. Very subtle in quotes, dig at Baldur's Gate 3. She just said that this mod, this incest Gooner mod, will have Imoen leave the party, and then said that RPGs won't let party members leave the party. Funny that you say that, Lily. Funny that you say that, because I have an entire tab over here of moments where party members do exactly that, and I am going to read off all of them for everyone to read. Okay, first off, let me read the chat first. Wolf Titan Reading 5308 says, excuse me, Skyrim, goddamn Skyrim has a whole team of companions and stories. Cat Peasant 106 says, oh sure, Lily, sure. And Side Scribble says, she just wants a bangable sister who is obsessed with her and acts like a child. Why do people call her an incest-loving pedo? Exactly. So, she just says that RPGs don't let companions leave your party, right? So, let's look at Shadowheart. So, I am looking at the wiki page just to save on time, because these cutscenes are like really long, and I don't want the stream to be like a million years long. So, anyway, in the Shadowfell, in Act 2 of Baldur's Gate 3, massive spoilers for Baldur's Gate 3, by the way. So, in the Shadowfell of Baldur's Gate 2, let me just read off this section of the wiki page. Although Shadowheart does not need to be taken through the Gauntlet of Shar, it is strongly advised she be taken with the party to the Shadowfell. If she is not taken, then she immediately appears after returning to the material plane to confront the party, saying they prevented her from achieving her destiny, and permanently leaves the party, saying she hopes she never sees them again and forgets them in time. Okay? That's one. Raiding the Grove. This is when you decide to either raid the Grove or not in Act 1. Choosing to raid the Grove with the Goblin forces has immense, far-reaching consequences for the game, some of which can only be felt in later acts. These consequences include Karlach and Will, 2 companions, will leave the party and cannot be recruited if they had not already been. Halsin, another later companion, will not be available as companion. Gale, another companion, leaves the party unless you pass an insight or deception check. That's at least 2 and maybe 3. Astarian's Quest. Astarian's Quest, the Pale Elf, with Cazador. Killing Cazador without Astarian in the party. If Astarian is not brought to the fight, it is possible to stab Cazador while he is in his coffin. Mentioning this to Astarian afterward infuriates him, but he does not leave the party for it, unless the player character has negative approval of more than negative 40 with him. That's at least 40. No, wait. That's at least 4. Ending 3. Refusing to help Astarian perform the ritual. If refusing to help Astarian perform the ritual, or if Astarian cannot be convinced to stop it, then he kills Cazador in the same manner as if he was persuaded to not perform the ritual. However, he then destroys Cazador's staff and leaves the spawn to rot in their cells. Astarian then permanently leaves the party, saying he hopes they die screaming. The same outcome also occurs if Astarian is not alone, but neither of the 3 above party members is present. That is at least 5 now. That's at least 5, maybe 6 instances of people leaving the party. Now, Karlach's Quest, where you have to find her. Karlach's side quest, the Hellions Heart, where you have to give her infernal iron so that she can fix her heart. We failed to repair Karlach's heart. Karlach is gone forever. I don't know why the wiki page isn't really saying this, but I am 99.9% sure that if you don't fix Karlach's heart in Act 1 and 2, then she literally explodes and dies. And you lose her as a companion. So, we are at least 7 now, where you can lose companions, and they will permanently leave your party. That's at least 7 instances where this can happen. Now, the Wizard of Waterdeep, aka Gale, in case of death. If Gale is not resurrected within 3 long rests, his body detonates, causing a game over. So, yeah, Gale can also permanently leave her party in that way. But there's 2 more instances where that can happen. There are several instances in which Gale can leave the party. If Gale is neglected and not spoken to, he eventually leaves the party with a note stating that he must move on. Gale can also leave the party if they ally with the goblins during Raid the Grove. Appalled by the wholesale slaughter of innocents, Gale shares that he does not like the person he is when with the party is inclined to leave. So, if you've been keeping track, that is at least 7 or 8 instances when companions in your party can straight up leave in Baldur's Gate 3. And guys, that's just me mentioning their story quest. I haven't brought this up yet, but if their approval rating gets too low, they will leave based on how low their approval rating is. Like, I saw this when I was looking through their game, when I was looking through the dialogue options in the game files that someone had compiled. It is true. If their approval rating with you gets too low, they will leave your party because of how much they don't like you. So, Lily Orchard, who says that video games and video games like RPGs won't let companions leave unless they have to, which is a direct dig at Baldur's Gate 3, I'm pretty sure, ignores the main at least 8 instances where this can happen in Baldur's Gate 3, not including the ones where it directly happened in the game, more or less because of you! So, once again, Lily Orchard is just lying! Okay, gonna read the chat again. And try and calm down a little. K Carcat Vantage says, Fire Emblem still has modes where any companion can die. Suikoden creator made a new game where you can recruit 108 companions so you can miss them and so on. Wow, that's a lot of companions. Side Scribble says, I doubt she ever even played Baldur's Gate 3. She's just mad it's popular. Man. Well, if she ever did play it, she didn't play it right. Wolf Titan Reading says, again, Laura does not understand writing or storytelling. She's literally praising a mod written by a high schooler. K Carcat Vanta says, also, you can kill your companions in Baldur's Gate 3, right? Yes, you can. In fact, there's literally at least 2 quest lines, maybe even 3 if you can count, maybe even 3 or 4 where that can happen. Okay, Wolf Titan Reading says, I can ignore the username thing, I can ignore the numbers on the username. Okay. So, K. Cork Advantage is right. There are at least, at the top of my head, three separate instances where you can just straight up kill your companions. You can kill Karlak, you can kill Astarion, you can even kill Lae'zel, or Shadowheart if you want to. So this idea that only this Incest Gunner mod has the balls to kill off your character or make your character leave the party. Lily Orchard, you are full of bullshit. Full of absolute bullshit. How do you still have over 100,000 subscribers? Guys, I just can't. I literally just can't. Okay. I will be right back. I gotta, fill up my thermos. It is pretty hot. And yeah, my mouth is dry. Be right back. Okay, everybody, we are back. Crap, my overlays. Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay, reading the chat. Tyler Preston says, I believe that Lily did play 3, and she was very bad at it. Crispy Tavern has shown Lily's gameplay. Wolf Titan Reading says, also nerd to give a smile from this shit. Lilith the cat is watching your screen. Hey, Lilith, I love the kitty. Cat Peasant 106 says, yes, hydrate nerd. Indeed, I have a full thermos ready to be hydrated. Side Scribble says, Crispy is gonna have a field day with this. I'm excited. Oh, I am way excited about that too. Trust me. I love Crispy Tavern's videos on Lily. Anyway, as I have sufficiently proven Lily wrong, let's get back to it because we unfortunately have 39 minutes left.
Companions, you didn't just meet in Act 1 and decide by virtue of the plot says so that you have to stick together. She has history with you, and she's here because of that.
Okay, I know I literally just said we have 39 minutes left, but like, oh my god. That's just, oh my god. Oh, you meet in Act 1. Oh, you didn't just meet in Act 1 to decide by the plot, you have to stick together. Lily, in Baldur's Gate 3, some of the companions that you recruit, you don't even meet until Act 2 or Act 3. So what are you talking about? Oh my god.
History, which means that the only thing holding her to the player can be destroyed. In the base game, Imoen is the only companion who won't leave based on reputation, but this mod gives her a whole new set of conditions to leave under. All of them deeply personal and intimate. This happens regardless.
Wow. That is so revolutionary, guys. A player character can leave under personal conditions? Wow, that's never been done before. Never mind the fact that Gale will leave if you don't pay attention. Never mind the fact that Gale will leave if you don't pay attention to him and don't treat him like a friend. Never mind the fact that Shadowheart will leave if you deny her the destiny that she was promised. Never mind the fact that Astarion will leave if you deny him the revenge that he was seeking his entire life. Wow, that is you're so right, Lily. That is just amazing. What revolutionary gameplay. Wow. Oh man, I am not good at sarcasm.
Of whether you're on the romance or friendship route. In earlier versions of the mod, she would straight up get so sick of an evil player's abusive crap that she would just lock them in a room together and say, "Tag, I'm it." And Imoen's an archmage more powerful than Elminster, so you're fucked. In terms
Bullshit! I played Baldur's Gate 3, so I've only played Baldur's Gate 3, but I call bullshit. Elminster is like one level down from Mistra, okay? I refuse to believe that your little Blorbo is more powerful than him. Excuse me. But, yeah, bullshit!
of the Ward and Imoen being siblings, this is a strong point of drama during the Shadows of On portion of the story, especially with the timing it has. Throughout the journey to raise the funds to rescue her, the Ward ends up having several dreams that cause her to re-examine her relationship with Imoen and how she truly feels about her. At one point, one of the characters available for romance in the base game will speak to the Ward about her dreams and process what they actually feel. This conversation is interesting because it can actually lock off their romance if the Ward either confesses to having feelings for Imoen or shows callous disregard towards Imoen. The idea of breaking a romance with one character based on dialogues in another character's storyline is a level of consequences for your decisions that no RPG produced today would dare think of doing.
Okay. Remember what she just said? Breaking off romances with one character based on dialogue from another character is something an RPG would never dream of doing. Keep that in mind while she says her next point, okay? Because I'm gonna disprove this.
RPGs today approach romance as little more than a glorified dating sim, lining up a selection of pretty fuckers and saying, have your pick. Conveniently, they're all bisexual. As a result, care is often taken to make sure that none but the most egregious acts of evil could leave a character's pants permanently closed to the player. But here, in this
Okay, so, she didn't elaborate on that as I expected her to. But let me address the whole player sexual / all companions are bisexual thing. I know that some people are going to disagree with me on this. However, I personally like the fact that in Baldur's Gate 3, all the characters are like bisexual / pansexual in some way. And technically, 2 characters are canonically bisexual / pansexual. I'm pretty sure Astarion is confirmed to be pansexual by at the very least his voice actor. So, my thing is, I like the fact that all the characters in Baldur's Gate 3, the ones that you can romance anyway, are pansexual, or player sexual, because that means there's more choice for me, the player. My opinion of the game would go down if I could not have more choice in a choice-driven game. Something that I brought up in my initial stream on Lily is that I don't understand her her intense need to have less choice in a choice-driven game. Like, I can understand that, like, having set sexualities can, like, I understand, like, I can understand the argument of, like, characters having set sexualities of, like, oh, it can, like, force you to, like, play a different character and, like, make specific choices that way and, like, give you more choice that way. And, like, yeah, I can get that, but for me personally, having all of them, like, just be open and, like, be open for me, the player, to, like, pick and choose how I want. I like that because I get to pick and choose how I want. And I really like that because it's my choice, me as a player. And something I don't understand about Lily, both from this clip that I'm reacting to right now, and both from the previous video that I reacted to, is why does she seriously want games of this genre to not have choice in it? Because whether you like it or not, Lily, role-playing games are about choice. It's in the title of the genre, role-playing. I would much prefer a role-playing game give me too much choice over no choice. Like, do you just not like role-playing games? Or do you just not understand what they're about? Because I'm starting to genuinely wonder if it is both. You can't complain about a role-playing game having too much choice, because that is one of the stupidest things that I have ever heard someone complain about in my life. Again, I understand why some people like having set player sexualities. I personally like having all of the characters be bisexual in a way, and sometimes, Lily, the characters are just canonically bisexual and or pansexual, and that's just not a cop-out. And maybe, if that is just the case, maybe reevaluate why you don't like bisexual characters or pansexual characters. What is your issue there? Like, maybe reevaluate some things about yourself, like, oh my god. But, anyway, back to what I was going to say. Remember when she said that character choices in what character romance choices be determined by choices in another route have never been done before? Let me replay that clip for you.
Romance with having feelings for Imoen or shows callous disregard towards Imoen. The idea of breaking a romance with one character based on dialogues in another character's storyline is a level of consequences for your decisions that no RPG produced today would dare think of doing.
So, she just said that, right? It's very funny how she just say that. Because, in my very first playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, all the way back in 2022, 2023, and that I've got up here, from, pulled dialogue from the game itself, I've got, at least more than one. Okay, so for context, if you have the first romance scene with okay, Jesus Christ. If you have the first romance scene with at least two companion characters, then they will eventually force you to choose between them. And when you do choose between them, they're like, oh my god, you ended things with this other character just to be with me? Oh my goodness, I can't believe you did that. So, what I'm trying to say is, this idea that this mod is the first one to do this romance is decided by something else you do in another dialogue tree is just false. Because, oh my gosh. Because you can't, because in Baldur's Gate 3, because in Baldur's Gate 3, Astarion, at least in this route, will not tolerate you having things with Gale. He doesn't like want you like also sleeping with Gale, right? So he's like, anything's with Gale, or in this dialogue option says, anything's with Karlach. So you can so you have to so you have to go over to Gale and be like, hey. So you have to either go over to Gale or to Carlag or any of the other companions and be like, hey, I'm going to choose you, or you have to say, hey, I'm not going to choose you. They will have their reactions to that, and they will either be happy or pissed. You can guess which one. And the person that gave you that ultimatum will also give their reaction. So this idea that this mod was the first to do that is just a bold-faced lie. And the idea that the mod is the only one with the balls to do that is also a bold-faced lie. And even though I don't expect Lily to have the brain capacity to even get this far into the game, I also feel like this has to be another dig at Baldur's Gate 3. Because so many things in this video so far are digs at Baldur's Gate 3. Guys. This is, what she just said was just a straight up lie. I'm sorry for stumbling over my words so much, but, I am showing you on screen right now irrefutable proof that what she just said was a lie. She literally just said that romances being determined by other characters' dialogue options has never happened in RPGs before. Meanwhile, in Baldur's Gate 3, you have to end things with the other characters and tell them to those other characters' faces that things are over between you two so you can be with the other character. So Lily just lied, or she misinformed, or she's just lying by omission. It could be all of them, to be honest. K. Carcat Vantis says, yeah, I think you can be flirtatious with... Who the hell is setting off fireworks right now? It's not even dark outside. Nobody's gonna see that shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. My neighbors are crazy. Anyway, K. Carcat Vantis says, yeah, I think you can be flirtatious with everyone until the end of Act 1. Then you have to decide. Some are more okay to poly, but some are not. Exactly. I think that dialogue option shows up with Astarion and Gale because Astarion doesn't like Gale and isn't okay with you sleeping with him. At the very least. Cy Scribble says, you have to in Dragon Age 2. So yeah, it's not even exclusive to Baldur's Gate 3. So Lily, this isn't just this Gooner Incest mod's only... This isn't exclusive to this Gooner Incest mod. This is a thing in multiple RPGs. Cy Scribble says, I'm surprised people haven't been setting off fireworks all week. Me too. Anyway...
RPGs today approach romance as little more than a glorified dating sim, lining up a selection of pretty fuckers and saying, have your pick. Conveniently, they're all bisexual. As a result, care is often taken to make sure that none but the most egregious acts of evil could leave a character's pants permanently closed to the player. But here, in this mod from 2003, you've got the actual base game romance options going, wow, that's a callous thing to say about your best friend. Stay out of my fucking tent. This is all a difficult thing for the ward to think about, even before the second act plot twist. Finding out you have feelings for your best friend, especially one currently out of reach, is an emotionally turbulent experience for a lot of people, and the ward has several weeks and another dream to come to grips with it. Unbeknownst to them, Imoen is coming to the same realization as well, having similar dreams about the ward to cope with the suffocating isolation of Spellhold before Irenicus breaks out, and then his experiments afterward. Irenicus doesn't actually break free until after the money is raised, and so a lot of the time in Spellhold is spent under the thumb of the Cald Wizards. Both of them are coming to realize what they actually feel for one another and why it's both turbulent, but at the same time offers them both some degree of comfort. Then you actually reach Spellhold and learn that Imoen is a ballspawn, something the dreams had been hinting at beforehand. Now both of them are fresh off a...
Cy Scribble says, so basically everyone else's dialogue revolves around Imoen too. I didn't actually catch that. I think you're right. So, what Lily is saying is that this entire mod exists only around this incest gooner relationship, is what I'm hearing right now. Great. That's totally great. I love that. Totally. We're 13 minutes in, everybody.
Personal epiphany and have to reconcile it with this. It's basically the plot of From Up on Poppy Hill, except you're not getting a reassurance at the end. Hell, Imoen has known this longer than the ward has. There's a conversation shortly after getting out of Spellhold where Imoen none too subtly brings up the fact that it's weird finding out she's the ward's sister, in a very awkward way, as if she's probing to figure out what the ward thinks of all this. This is where the ward can assert whether the notion is weird or if they've always viewed Imoen as a sister. Strangely enough, I checked and this conversation doesn't lock the player into the friendship path in spite
Wait. What?
of the fact that it probably should, for reasons that will become evident later. Imoen, however...
Wait a second. So you just admit that you just admit that this mod. Oh my god. Did you seriously just admit that this mod lets you keep on romancing Imoen if you say that you still see her as a sister? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Guys. Ugh. Hi, Sylvasta. Don't worry. We've been at this for an hour and a half, and we're 13 minutes in.
However, is extremely weirded out by the prospect. It bothers her. And of course, we know why. It's not like they knew this their entire lives. It's a brand new revelation.
Maybe it bothers her because she doesn't want to fuck her sister? Like, again, I know that this is a Gooner incest mod, and I am giving it too much credit. But maybe listen to your sister and respect the fact that she does not want to sleep with you. Maybe, just maybe? I don't know. Guys.
For them, coming immediately after a revelation it is in direct conflict with. It actually brings into question why.
Wait a minute. I just checked the chat. Poppy Hill is a Studio Ghibli anime that has the main couple think they were siblings. They aren't, in case you're wondering. Dude, what? Lily, come on! Oh my god. Guys, we have to keep going. We're 13 minutes in. I don't want this stream to be 50 hours long.
Neither Gorion nor Winthrop chose. It is in direct conflict with. It actually brings into question why neither Gorion nor Winthrop chose to tell them the truth at any point. Even when telling the ward that she's a ballspawn, why never tell her that Imoen is one as well? You're telling me that both Gorion and Winthrop, knowing the two of them were both ballspawn, decided not to tell them and let them grow up thinking they were just best friends, all while being the only people their age in all of Candlekeep?
Oh, that's a risky little game.
This is where the mod diverges. The story modifies other base game conversations where any instance where other characters refer to Imoen
Wait, what was she gonna say?
as the ward's sister, she can politely correct them that they're just friends, and other conversations that imply the same are littered all over Chapter 2.
I told you you have something of a sister as well, my lady. Imoen, I believe the name is. Oh my god.
But it's not until after getting Imoen back that things start to really settle. The two of them discuss their dreams. Imoen rather embarrassingly admits to the extent of her daydream to either awkwardness or bemused laughter, and this is where the player has to make a decision of what route they're taking. Despite being separate routes, with the exception of one or two story arcs, the majority of the content and conversations are the same, and the relationship between the two characters is the same. The only notable differences are a lot of smooching and suggestive dialogue in the romance route, and a lot of enjoying the fact that they're siblings in the friendship route.
So you say that there's not a lot of differences in the romance and the friendship route. Everyone, keep that in mind She says that there's not a lot of differences in the friendship and romance route, okay? I'm gonna replay that because that's what Lily just said.
Has to make a decision of what route they're taking. Despite being separate routes, with the exception of one or two story arcs, the majority of the content and conversations are the same, and the relationship between the two characters is the same. The only notable differences are a lot of smooching and suggestive dialogue in the romance route, and a lot of enjoying the fact that they're siblings in the friendship route. It actually makes
Okay, you got that? Lily said there's not a lot of differences beyond light smooching and enjoying that they're friends. Okay? Okay, we all got that.
sense that the relationship between the two isn't all that different. Best friends who have spent the majority of the friendship route. It actually makes sense that the relationship between the two isn't all that different. Best friends who have spent the majority of their lives together already know and are comfortable with each other, so the decision to have a romantic relationship wouldn't change much between them. The actual draw is that it sits down and addresses the fact that they're siblings. As I mentioned before, whenever the topic of this mod comes up in the fandom, it immediately sparks a debate as to whether or not the Ballspawn are actually siblings or are they really related, trying to rules lawyer their way out of having to acknowledge it. It's an interesting thing.
Oh my god. Okay. Maybe. Okay. My ball spawn knowledge only comes from Baldur's Gate 3, by the way. But this is gonna sound crazy, Lily, but maybe people don't like to acknowledge it because incest is gross. And maybe people don't want to fully acknowledge it because, again, incest is gross. I know I just repeated myself there, but I can't stress this enough. Incest is gross, and normal people don't like to talk about random incest mods all the time.
To happen, given that the mod itself is pretty much hard punishes you if you pull that shit. Now, it's an interesting.
Dang it. Are we back? Man, why is it always buffering? Anyway.
Now, Baldur's Gate has always had an interesting approach to
Okay, I think we are back.
interesting thing to happen, given that the mod itself is pretty much hard punishes you if you pull that shit. Now, Baldur's Gate has always had an interesting approach to morality and sympathy. None of the stories, outside of the Enhanced Edition companions, go out of their way to try and make a character sympathetic. You have to make that decision yourself, and decide who is and who isn't. This is something this mod does wholeheartedly. You have to decide whether these two being siblings is an insurmountable problem. It's a yes or no question. It's
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, there is no way you just said that. There is no way you just said that. Lily, there is no way you just said that. Let me actually replay you, because I know you didn't just say that.
Decision yourself and decide who is and who isn't. This is something this mod does wholeheartedly. You have to decide whether these two being siblings is an insurmountable problem. It's a yes or no question. It's bothering.
Okay, so the reason why I'm actually annoyed at that is because Lily hasn't saying this, like, oh my god. I'm pretty sure she once again just contradicted herself. Lily just said that. Oh my god, how do I even put this? Oh my goodness. Lily just said that it's up to you, the player, to decide if this is, like, good or bad, right? Like, oh, is this a good thing, or if this is a bad thing? Like, oh, what is it, like, oh, is this, like, good or bad? Like, oh, like, is this such a big moral issue? But she literally says that the mod punishes you if you say that, if you try and, like, say that they aren't siblings. So, Lily, which one is it? Is the mod, like, thought provoking and try to, like, ask you questions like, is it really incest or not? Is this really incest or not? Or does it punish you and be like, no, you are siblings, and trying to act like you're not siblings is, like, going to affect the gameplay? It can't be both. It cannot be both. And trying to act like it's both makes you weird.
Imoen quite severely, as now she has to square away her newfound feelings with the reality of their situation. As the party adventures through the Underdark, she shares the details about her own dreams in a way that never not comes off as probing, as if she's trying to gauge how the ward feels about all of this. She eventually shares the details of her torment under Irenicus, which is both dramatically increased in the mod, and specifically written to make the ward want to shove a halberd right up Irenicus's Irenicussy. In particular, it suggests that Imoen is
I hate you for how you said that. I actually hate you for how you said that. And I am not even going to replay it, because I don't want anyone else to suffer.
Transformed into the Slayer despite claiming otherwise earlier in the campaign. When viewed from Imoen's perspective, she was tortured, whisked away from her escape by her torturer, languished in a cell being subjected to Irenicus' experiments, and her only escape was from the occasional salacious...
Wait a minute. Okay, so let me have Lily finish her point and then come back to this, because what she's saying right now and the dialogue she is showing is okay.
Daydream about her best friend. Then 2 weeks later, away from her escape by her torturer, languished in a cell being subjected to Irenicus' experiments, and her only escape was from the occasional salacious daydream about her best friend.
Oh my god. Okay, so let me full screen this for a second. Oh my goodness. I looked at it and felt satisfaction. I knew I'd done that. I was proud of it. Then I don't know what happened. The world blurred and everything just melted in my brain. My next clear memory is of getting tossed into the maze with you. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is from. What point of the mod this is from, and I'm not going to Google it because I have standards. But this, why does this feel so weird? Like, guys, maybe I'm looking too much into it, but this specific dialogue line, while Lily is talking about, like, feeling like, Imoen getting tortured and stuff, I don't know, it just feels gross. Cat Peasant 106 says, so her only escape from torment was fantasizing about her sibling. Great. Bro, I didn't even catch that. Oh my god. Lily! Oh my goodness! Oh my god.
Irenicus' experiments, and her only escape was from the occasional salacious daydream about her best friend. Then, 2 weeks later, said best friend comes barging into an unescapable asylum, having hauled ass all throughout the realms on a deranged rescue mission. In a conversation in Spellhold, Imoen asks why it took so long for them to come get her, and when the ward tells her it's because the rescue mission had a price of 20,000 gold, which necessitated going on
Okay. So Sai brought this up in her stream, and I'm gonna bring it up in mine. But who in the ever-loving hell, who in what kind of D&D setting, okay, I'm stumbling over my words again. Who in what kind of D&D setting would ever say cash? You know, if you're gonna make an incest Guna mod, you could at the very least make it canon compliant, okay?
dragon killing sprees, she is immediately taken aback. Not only is that a comical amount of money, but
Oh my god. Okay. I have to read this out because I have to make you suffer with me. Because I feel like Lily, not reading out the dialogue and just describing what is happening doesn't give you guys the impression of just how cringy and not well written this dialogue is at all. Okay. Her smile shifts from amusement to sincerity. You know, that's a lot of work just to come get me. It sure makes a girl feel appreciated. I just felt every orifice in my face physically cringe, like, and want to die, like, curl up and die. All of the orifices in my face want to actively die right now from reading that. Replica Rabbit says, it's gross and hot. It is gross and very hot. Replica Rabbit also says, hello, what's up? Replica Rabbit also says, a bad D&D setting. You're correct. Sai Scribble says, it just makes her saying it's so well written even funnier. You are correct. Like, this is the writing you're praising? Are you serious? Like, I know that everyone has their taste, but you cannot be serious right now. Cat Peasant says, cringe flirting. Very, very correct.
the ward paid it. If Imoen didn't already feel value before, that would certainly do it. Welcome to Swoon City, population fuck you, I guess. All of this has given Imoen more confusing feelings than you could shake Abi Dalzum's shaky stick of shaking at. They spend the entirety of their time in Spellhold and the Underdark decidedly ignoring the tension rising between them. Jaheira notices though and even confronts Imoen about it, to which she hastily denies anything, and Jaheira looks at her like, I know what you are. Also, Jaheira, you can have a romantic relationship with the ward as well, so like, maybe don't be so quick to talk. After getting out of the—
Oh my god. Okay. Let me replay that.
ignoring the tension rising between them, Jaheira notices that—
Okay, so Jaheira says, she saw it. I saw you looking at her, the same way Khalid looked at me when we were together.
Though, and even confronts Imoen about it, to which
Imoen says, You think I've been making goo-goo eyes at Ariana?
she hastily denies anything, and Jaheira looks at her like, I know what you are. Also, Jaheira—
And Jaheira says, Your sister, Imoen! Not only must you cast your gaze at a woman, but at your own flesh and blood. Okay, this is gonna come up later. But Lily is throwing a stray at Jaheira, for being able to romance the player character in the first game, which she also did in the initial video she did in Baldur's Gate 1. You also know what she did? She glazed the Imoen mod in that video too, and called Jaheira creepy for wanting to date the player character in Baldur's Gate 1. Lily, you can't do that when you installed a mod to fuck your sister! I'm just gonna let that silence pause. I'm just gonna let that silence sit, because, yeah, I don't think there's much else to say beyond that. That's just blatant fact. You can't call a grieving widow wanting to have another relationship after her husband died. You can't call her wanting that relationship, her looking for a rebound, and then just turn around and then glaze this incest mod. Oh my goodness.
you can have a romantic relationship with the ward as well, so like, maybe don't be so quick to talk.
Also, I'm probably going to say this at least one more time in this video. You say that she can have a romantic relationship with the ward, right? But you know who can't have a romantic relationship with the ward? Imoen. And the only reason you can have a romantic relationship with the ward is because of a mod. Jaheira can have a relationship with the ward normally. You can't judge a game on a story based on a mod. You just can't! Because the mod is not canon! Sly Scribble says, and that's a canon romance unlike this mod. Exactly! It genuinely enrages me when Lily treats this mod like it's canon. And in my previous Lily stream, she acted like it was canon. When it is just not! Good lord. Okay, let's keep going.
After getting out of the Underdark, assuming you didn't delay most of the conversations, Imoen suggests setting up camp where she pulls out a lute and plays music for the group, taking particular notice of how the ward feels about it. The next morning, assuming you didn't blow her off, she wakes up the ward by splashing water on her. The ward chases after her, tackles her into the grass, and tickles the hell out of her. I've cited this moment in previous videos as one of my favorite moments in video game history, as despite the—
Okay. Let me see if she finishes her point, because what I'm going to read to you later on is what I'm about to read to you later on is, God, you're just gonna have to trust me on this. It is, you might die of cringe.
bleak situation the two are in, how they've lost their souls and are slowly dying, and they even have a battle they might not come back from on the horizon, these two are still playing around like children. After all of Spellhold and all of the Underdark, this is some much needed levity. This is the only safe point where the player can actually go for the romance, by trying to kiss Imoen. This results in the two having sex in the grass. When the ward wakes up—
Okay, so you don't address it. That's great. Let me just read the chat for a second. Replica Rabbit, wait. Replica Rabbit says Lily can, and K Carcat Vanta says, "Yep, Lily acts as if the mod is canon." Cy Scribble says she does later say that the mod is a mandatory install. Ain't no fucking way. But man, did the stream blip out again? Okay, so let me go back.
she wakes up the ward by splashing water on her. The ward chases after her, tackles her into the grass, and tickles the hell out of her. I've cited this moment in previous videos as one of my favorite moments in video game history, as despite the bleak situation the two are in, how they've lost their souls and are slowly dying, and they even have a battle they might not come back from on the horizon, these two are still playing around like children. After all of Spellhold and all of the Underdark, this is some much needed levity. This is the only safe point where the player can actually go for the romance, by trying to kiss Imoen. This results in the two having sex in the grass. When the ward wakes up—
Okay. So, let's just ignore the fact that Lily completely skips over the fact that you can have sex with your kin sister. Okay? So, let's actually look over some of the dialogue for this mod, okay? It is, wonderful. And totally not cringe. And definitely doesn't make my eyes bleed. Ugh. Oh my god. Ugh. Okay. Okay, let me look at the chat for a second. The childish tickle fight, so brilliant. The tickle fight that gets squeaky real fast, and when Xyloc has to repeatedly say no during the thing. Wow. Great job, Lily. Definitely not telling on yourself there. Replica Rabbit says, "Did she pay the toll troll to get into her soul?" I love that rhyme. Okay, oh my gosh. Oh god, okay. Really? She blinks in surprise. Then why'd you insist on carrying around that skullcracker of yours? Twirl it around. It's for show. Neat, huh? For intimidation. Strike an impressive pose. On guard. If magic isn't enough, and sometimes if it sometimes it isn't, then I want a good backup. Look at your weapon in confusion. Good question. Why am I carrying this? She laughs. Okay, I get the point, goofball. Well, you enjoy your whole slashy-bashy thing, and I'll stick to being the Urmage extraordinaire. So, small reminder, This is the writing from the mod that Lily Orchard loves so much. I'm pretty sure pink is Imoen, yellow is the player character. Okay? This is the writing she loves so much, guys. Okay, remember, pink is Imoen. Keep that in mind. See, I'm right. She flashes you a smile. So glad you agree with me. You know, an ordinary brother or sister would have a problem with me being the smart one. Lucky for us, you weren't ordinary, huh? She winks at you and continues walking, humming happily to herself. She flashes you a smile. So glad you agree with me. You know, most ordinary girl or boyfriends would have a problem with their partner being the brains of the outfit. Lucky for me, you are that ordinary, huh? She winks at you and gives your butt a slap before continuing on, humming happily. Remember, this is the dialogue Lily made a 50-minute video about. Okay. Pink is Imoen, yellow is the player character. Swoosh! You pry one eye open just in time to see a wall of water heading straight for your face. Frigid water splashes all over your half-dormant body, shocking your senses. With a shout, you roll out of the soaked bedroll. Yes, gotcha! The almighty ballspawn, character name, caught defenseless by the great Imoen. Ha ha ha! Imoen breaks in peals of laughter, empty bucket hanging from limp fingers. Just look at her in shock. Why would you do that? What did I ever do to you? Oh my goodness. Grar, come here, you. You're going to catch this scoundrel and tickle her to death. Grar, come here, you. You're going to catch this harlot and pummel her to death for what she's done. You brat, look at what you've done. You might be wet, but your dignity is intact. Ignore Imoen, pick up your belongings, and start getting ready for the day. Remember, everybody, this is the dialogue that she wrote a 50-minute video praising. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. She keeps giggling uncontrollably. It's been years since you last saw Imoen like this. Forget about what she did and just keep looking at Imoen. The sight of her unbridled joy is such a rare treasure. Now you'll see, I'll have my revenge. Start the tickling onslaught. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Ah, no! She laughs hysterically, twisting and struggling from your well-directed tickles. Sometimes she manages to utter some breathless words between laughs. Stop it! You're killing me! Imoen's eyes and cheeks are wet with joyful tears. The soft light of dawn reflects off of them, her face tenderly caressed by the faint rays slipping through the canopy above. Imoen's body trembles beneath you with her dying laughter. The giggles stop, leaving a warm smile on her lips. You lock gazes. The smile slowly fades. Character name. A fresh breeze carries her whisper. Cheery locks of hair titillate around her face. This is your chance. Begin to undress her. We really should get moving. Shrug her cheek, drying her tears with your thumb. Then slowly lower your head and touch her lips to hers. So, as you just read, and I have unfortunately read, this is the dialogue that Lily so this is the dialogue that Lily praises so much, and that she thinks is better than Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I've got nothing else to say. I think you guys can put it together from there. God, I felt gross reading that. But yeah, you tickle your sister, completely ignore her cries of saying no, and then just fuck her in the woods. Classy. Completely classy.
Imoen is actually missing, standing far from the group. She doesn't want to talk about what just happened. It isn't until sometime after she's got her soul back from Bodhi that she finally wants to talk, where she tries to back out of it, citing the fact that they're sisters. She wants to just forget it ever happened. The dialogue option that actually works is both very simple and cuts right to the heart of the issue. Alright, tell me you don't love me, and I'll forget about that which didn't happen.
Yo, wait, what? Ain't no way you just said that. Yo, hold up, what?
That they're sisters. She wants to just forget it ever happened. The dialogue option that actually works is both very simple and cuts right to the heart of the issue. Alright, tell me you don't love me, and I'll forget about that which didn't happen.
Yo, excuse me? Okay. Once again, I'm giving this Incest Goon mod too much credit. But, it is, even to me, it is so fucking clear that Imoen feels so much guilt over having done this and just doesn't. It literally says right here, she doesn't want to lose your friendship over this. And you willingly chose.
Cuts right to the heart of the issue. Alright.
And you willingly chose the most manipulative, one of the most manipulative options ever. Like, there were other options here. Like, sigh, I guess you're right, we made a horrible mistake, let's just try and remain friends. There's no way we could pretend. If we don't talk about what's happening between us, we'll lose our minds. Stop lying to yourself. Don't you see, there is no going back. I love you. And there are you pick the two options. That is you being a manipulative jackass. Like, if you completely remove let's just say that this was a normal romance mod and Imoen wasn't your sister, alright? This would be such a fucking prick. This would be such a bad thing to do. Like, guys, I know that this is just an incest Gooner mod, and it's not that deep, but it seems like Lily is intentionally choosing to be a manipulative, spiteful, and full-on bitch just for no reason. Even in this incest Gooner mod that derails you into participating in the incest, there is ways to do this that doesn't make Imoen feel like shit. And she chooses to do it in a way that makes her Blorbo feel like shit. Guys, I cannot stress this enough. She is choosing the option that is purposefully at the bottom, that is like very clearly the bad option. And it's like, oh, it's the only one that gets a reaction out of her. No shit! You're like, okay, tell me you don't love me. That is so manipulative. And that is like what abusers say. You are abusing everyone right now. And that's crazy because this is a mod where you try to fuck her. Let me read the chat for a second. If any other media did the exact same thing, Lily would have skipped them alive. True. Replica Rabbit says, that's Lily for you. True. The manipulative option is the one that continues the romance. So yeah, the mod does this on purpose. Oh my god. Okay, so I was giving the mod too much credit. Oh my god. I can't believe this. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Why did I expect anything out of this? Why was I expecting anything out of this? Also, okay, Cat Peasant 106 says, also Lily thinking only the choices she makes are correct in canon. True again. She's trying to paint this slob into being this misunderstood masterpiece, but we're seeing slob. True. It's just, man, I can't believe I wanted to give this thing a little bit of credit. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know it's literally titled Imoen Romance, but isn't there a friendship path? You don't have to. Oh my god. Actually, no. I'm not even gonna try. It's a Gooner incest mod from over 20 years ago. I'm not even gonna try. Okay, guys? trying has not helped. But, good lord. Anyway.
Tell me you don't love me, and I'll forget about that which didn't happen. Imoen can't even bear to...
Like, Lily, I understand that fandom can be incredibly annoying, but fandom does not determine the quality of the work. It does not fandom doesn't dictate how good the work itself is. Take, what's a good one? What's a good example? My Little Pony? Yeah, My Little Pony. My Little Pony seasons 8 and 9 are hated, and I mean hated by the fandom. And I've seen seasons 8 and 9. And, guys, they're just normal seasons, so basic, and so fine. They're so fine, and the fandom will have you thinking that they are the worst seasons ever. Fandom does not determine the quality of a work. And being all like, oh, the game is like fandom lawyering you, which is like, you can't just, like, you can't just invent random terms like that and expect people to understand immediately, like, fandom does not determine the quality of a work, Lily.
Really fails the romance, and there's nothing more to be done. The only real choice, is very simple. I don't care. Really fails the romance, and there's nothing more to be done. The only choice...
Wait a minute.
...does go into all the usual fandom rules lawyering, but rather pointedly, Imoen isn't having it. It ultimately fails the romance, and there's nothing more to be done. The only real choice, is very simple. I don't care. You can lather on all the excuses in the universe, but at the end of the day, they are only ever flowery, cowardly versions of I don't care. Imoen doesn't even care, as after enough pressing, she confesses her real fear is that the ward might hurt her, which is, okay, it's not an unfounded concern, but it ultimately doesn't matter.
Okay, so ain't no way you just admit that the way the mod addresses it is by not addressing it at all, because they just go, I don't care. Saying I don't care isn't not addressing it. Saying I don't care is just not addressing the issue. It's being like, oh yeah, there's a problem in this area. I'm just not going to care about it. That's like, guys, that's not properly addressing the problem. You're just oh my god, saying I don't care about the issue isn't addressing the issue. Just because you acknowledge there's a problem doesn't really mean that the problem isn't no longer there, right? And if Emma's real fear is that she's afraid of the ward hurting her, and you literally just said that those fears aren't totally unfounded, so she does have a reason to be afraid. Yo, get Imoen away from the ward and away from Lily, please. Oh my goodness.
As the two kiss anyway, and which is, okay, it's not an unfounded concern, but it ultimately doesn't matter as the two kiss anyway, and Imoen even apologizes, claiming that she was just scared. None of the rest.
Yo, wait, hold up, what? Why is Imoen the one apologizing here? Hey, okay. No, actually no, I'm not gonna apologize for giving this mod too much credit, because I'm pissed now. Why is Imoen the one apologizing for being scared? You literally just said she has good reason to be scared of the ward. Use this entire mod as her being like, I don't know if I want to be with you, and I'm afraid of this thing. I don't like that it's taboo and stuff. Like, you've shown me so many dialogue options of Imoen being like, I'm scared of us being together. And now she's the one apologizing, even though you are the one who took the manipulative route to get into a relationship with her. It was the modders who chose to write the mod that way, and it was the writers who chose to write Imoen reacting that way. So why is Imoen expected to apologize when it is the ward causing all of this? Like, yo, Imoen is not the one in the wrong here, guys. Imoen is the victim here. Like, if we completely remove the fact that this is literally incest, Imoen is the victim. Like, guys, y'all, what do I even say?
Rest of the stuff mattered to Imoen. She said as much 3 hours ago that she was just scared. None of the rest of the stuff mattered to Imoen either. She said as much 3 hours ago, and this is why it's so crucial not to talk around the issue. What she's ultimately asking the ward is if she's worth it regardless. And with that affirmation, the two are together. Is it okay if I say aw? Stop looking at me like that! The best part of this scene comes after.
Yeah, leave Pixie alone. She does not deserve this bullshit.
After you've started a romantic. Stop looking at me like that! The best part of this scene comes after you've started a romantic relationship with Imoen, as nearly every companion weighs in on it at some point, and some of them are actually quite interesting. Jaheira is a druid and a member of the.
Okay, let me read this before she completely, because let me read this before she completely botches it. Because like I said before, Lily just describing what she says, Lily just describing what the characters are saying, doesn't fully, like explain why what the characters are saying is so weird. Anyway, Ariana, I know what has been going on between you and Imoen. I have been waiting to see the outcome of it all. And now that it has progressed to this point, I just wanted you to know that I personally disapprove of such a relationship, especially since you are a woman. Oh my god, same-sex relationships. Also, I'm gonna have shit to say about this later. I find it an unnatural thing, but in the matter, everyone should choose freely. Mainly, I disapprove it because you two were raised, have behaved, and then some have been like siblings all these years, and now you have been discovered you are siblings and ball spawn no less. I don't know how Imoen has fallen into this pit of corruption you dare call love. Such actions go against the laws of nature. I fell nowhere, Jaheira. I chose to do what my heart longed for. I understood that being ballspawn is completely irrelevant. Why won't you? Because I serve balance, Imoen. However, I was questioning Ariana, not you. I still respect you, both of you. Do not misunderstand. And it's because you are both my friends that I am saying this. Your relationship is a mistake and an affront to the natural order. Imoen means more to me than my own life, Jaheira. I truly love her. Jaheira simply stares at you. Whatever you say, Ariana, I will not enter into an argument with you about this. Despite the wrongness of your words, I still think the two ball spawn fornicating undoubtedly offends the principles of nature. I only wanted you to know that. So, why is this mod making Jaheira homophobic as if she would not be totally fine with all of her kids and adopted kids being as gay as can be? Right? Like, I only know Jaheira from Baldur's Gate 3, so maybe I'm missing some context from Baldur's Gate 2. But let's be so for real, guys. Jaheira would not give 2 iotas of a fuck who you're dating. She would just side eye you if you're making a bad choice. Seriously? And she would just be that cool aunt who's like, hey, you got with a nice guy or girl. And she would threaten the guy or girl who is dating you in a playful way, because that is the kind of aunt she is. She loves her kids. She loves her kids, all of them. She loves her adopted kids, all of them. She would not be like this. What is with the, like, I feel like this is the second time I've seen this mod, like, try and make Jaheira homophobic?
The Harpers, so she's all about serving balance. So she raises objections to the ward and Imoen's relationship on the basis that it's simply unnatural. She raises similar complaints if the ward is a woman as well.
Yeah, that BT3? Mom's homophobic.
Okay. I just slammed my desk. Because you just said that. Ain't no way you just said that. You hear that, BGG? Your mom's homophobic. That's from a mod, Lily Orchard. That is from a goddamn mod. You cannot treat a mod as canon. Guys, I cannot stress this enough. I literally cannot stress this enough. No matter how much you want a mod to be canon, unless a company buys the rights to the mod from the person who made it, that mod will never be canon. And I don't care how badly you want it to be canon. It will never be canon. Never. So acting like this mod and acting like Chihiro is homophobic in Baldur's Gate 3 because your shitty incest Gunner mod makes her homophobic is fucking stupid. Let me read the chat again for a quick second. This mod makes a lot of characters homophobic. Did not know that. It's an unnecessary forced drama in order to add tension to this plot. Wow. Even though in this universe there is no homophobia. I didn't even think of that. That's a good point. Is there even homophobia in Faerun? Like, bro. God, like, okay, let me reread this last message. Sly Scribble says, she's only homophobic in the shitty mod. Exactly! Anyway, back to the Faerun thing. Lily, Faerun is, like, it's like the Greek, like, okay, I know, like, using Greek mythology might be a bit of a cop-out, but, like, it's like the Greek mythology of gay stuff. Like, you can't throw a rock without hitting at least one gay storyline or anything, right? Without, with, like, one gay allegory or one gay character or one, like, gay something. Like, it is everywhere. You, like, dude. And, like, if homophobia is only shoved into this story for the purpose of a plot, quote-unquote, then that just makes it not even more shitty, because homophobia doesn't inherently make it more compelling. I would argue that just makes it less compelling because, like, oh, like, let's just shove in bigotry into a world that inherently doesn't have it. Like, no. It's like, okay. Side Scribble says this in her Steven Universe videos, so go over to her channel, to check them out. But it's like how she complains about people trying to make, the gems more human-like and make them less interesting. You're trying to make Faerun more like Earth by making them, by making the world more like Earth. No! There's just no homophobia in Faerun, so suck it! Tyler Preston says, oh, don't worry, it gets more homophobic later on. That's great. Cat Peasant says, also, in a fictional magical world, why would there be homophobia? Exactly. Wolf Titan Reading says, again, the classic Lords will never understand storytelling. It's why she's a shitty writer.
These things don't aid in preserving nature. In fact, you can make the argument that they're detrimental to it. It's not a good argument, but you could make it. And the Harpers are a group of druids that are more akin to paladins. Okay. The only reason that I paused right there when she said Harpers are a group of druids is because when I was watching side stream on Lily, it's because I saw someone freaking out in the chat saying over and over again, the Harpers are not druids. And that is objectively true. Just because Jaheira is a Harper and a druid does not mean the Harpers are all druids. There are elves and... Wait, no. Elf is a race. Damn it. I'm showing off how much I know about D&D. Anyway, there are clerics and bards and rangers and rogues. There are, like, so many other people and class types in the Harpers. It's not just all druids. And thinking that they're all druids just because Jaheira is a Harper, just because Jaheira, the main Harper, is a druid, is just stupid. Cat Peasant 106 says, the Owl House didn't have any homophobia. Amity's mom's response to Amity and Luz is that Amity can find a new girlfriend. Oh yeah, I remember that. I've got to rewatch the Owl House.
Vex Fiddle says, I mean, yeah, Harpers is in the name. They're primarily bards. Oh, yeah! Wait a minute. How can I figure that out, but not Lily? My god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let me just pause the video.
When you get right down to it, so they often rigidly enforce the idea of nature and balance as a thing to be followed. Chihira doesn't push too hard on it, but she does push. She tries to convince both the ward and Imoen that this is a bad idea, but if they're not receptive to it, then she just stops arguing. Conversely,
maybe she pushes because she thinks incest is bad, like a normal fucking person.
Imoen that this is a bad idea, but if they're not receptive to it, then she just stops arguing. Conversely, Cerned is a very different type of druid, one who lives.
Okay, let me read this. Cerned whistles, oblivious to the tension you and Imoen have created within the group. You are also a druid, Cerned. Do you agree with Chihira about Imoen and me? Chihira is a wise woman, but nature holds many paths for her children. What is natural for the spring blossom is not natural for the winter fox. So you agree. Many animals will take mates among their own family. If other mates are not available, people will look at you and see an elf, but that is not what you are. You are ballspawn, and it is your nature to seek out your own kind, so just as all nature's creatures do. That you have taken anyone as your mate is anything but unnatural. Why haven't you spoken of this before now? Why should I have? Who you choose as your partner has no bearing on me. Even though we are both women, doesn't that concern you? Of course not. I live in nature's bosom and devoted my life to her creatures. Do you think I have not seen buck pair with buck, or two peahens tend to a single nest? Such things happen. It too is natural. Thank you, Cern. You have put my mind at ease. You're welcome, Ariana. I care for all of nature's children, including you. Did I just read this guy say that since bestiality is okay into nature, that means incest is okay? Guys, did I seriously just read that? Did I seriously just read this guy say that since bestiality is in nature, that means incest is okay? I'm going to fill up my water bottle thermos thing. I will be right back, because what the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, everyone, we are unfortunately back. With 30 minutes left, let's hope we can get this done before 9 o'clock.
Lives among nature and isn't part of an ideological organization like the Harpers, so Cern tends to have a more live and let live approach.
That live and let live approach, by the way, is, hey, bestiality exists, so you can fuck your sister. Oh my goodness. Remember what I said about how Lily not reading out the actual text? It makes her not reading out the actual text that she's displaying on screen. It makes her argument seem less insane or something. That's what I mean. She says that CERN is a live and let live kind of guy. But if you actually read what he just said, he sounds insane in this mod.
He mentions that it's actually not uncommon for animals to take mates of the same gender, or take mates in their own families if no other mates are available. Sure, it's not exactly beneficial, but the interesting part about nature, and why this contrasts so well with Chihira, is that it doesn't actually care. Animals make their decisions to their own peril, and societally enforced taboos are a trait typically only found in animals who live in packs.
Wait, so you actually... I take that back. You do bring it up, but now you sound insane because you're making the same argument that he's making, in that animals do each other, so it's fine to fuck your sister. Completely ignoring the fact that animals in the wild have a completely different standing of intelligence and sapience that us humans do. Like, no, just because animals do it does not mean we should. Just, like, do animals eating their own feces mean we should do it? No, it does not. Oh my goodness.
CERN even suggests that being a ball spawn means it's only natural that the ward would seek out her own kind, suggesting that the ball spawn are actually a race and not a lineage. Chihira speaks of the ball spawn as an aberration of nature, while CERN suggests that the ball spawn are natural simply by the fact that they exist. I really like this exchange. I like how it speaks to the wildly different attitudes that two people of the same class and alignment can have just by virtue of how they view that which defines their class. And I especially...
Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. Am I crazy? Or was Lily, like, kind of defending bestiality there for a second? Like, okay. I don't like to put words in people's mouth, but I genuinely felt like she was saying, hey, this character in this mod says that animals do each other in the wild, so it's okay for these two characters to screw each other actually, because they're related. And like, actually, you also said that CERN, implying that the ball spawn might be a race and not like biological mortal children of a god, might be something else. Like, what did you say?
While CERN suggests that the ball spawn are natural simply by the fact that they exist. I really like this exchange. I like how it speaks to the wildly different attitudes that two people of the same class and alignment can have just by virtue of how they view that which defines their class. And I really spawn are actually a race and not a lineage.
Okay, you said that CERN thinks that the ball spawn are a race and not a lineage, right? So, them being a race, like elves or dwarves, wouldn't make them related. Even though the whole, like, mod is all about, like, them being, like, siblings, and, like, yes, you are fucking your sister and stuff. Lily, I must ask you, why are you trying to skirt around the fact that they are related? This entire mod, and for the past 20 minutes, you've been like, yes, they are related. Why are you now being like, oh, they might not be related because they might actually be a race instead of a lineage? And they might not be biologically related. Why are you trying to skirt around that fact? Like, no. First of all, this is not how ball spawn work, at least from my understanding. And two, skirting around the fact that they're ball spawn isn't going to stop the fact that they are still raised as siblings and trying to get with the person who you see as a sibling is kind of weird. Like, guys, I'm sorry. It's just, I don't know, guys. I know that you're not biologically related, but it's still somewhat odd to me. At least it's not biological, I guess. I don't know. I've never been in that situation. Let me read back the chat. The elves are elves and not harpers. The harpers are busy killing mockingbirds. Oh yes, great writing. She gives up if you refuse to not be incestuous. Also, Lords, did you play the male version to see if she still has the same reaction? It might not be homophobia. It could be they don't want to fuck your sibling. Oh god, they're not just a sister fucker. She's a goddamn dog fucker. Lily is breaking the nerd. Yes, I'm being broken right now. She just compared animals fucking to being in a same-sex relationship. Great to know that I am not the only one who caught that. Cy Scribble says, guess it's okay to eat your own babies. Nature does it. Exactly. With Lily's history of Tyler Preston says, with Lily's history of dogs, it's not surprising in the least. Wolf Titan Reading says, well, we know Lily has had art of her being fucked by dogs. What the hell? My brain hurts. Oh god. Sylvassa says, ball spawn are the children of the physical manifestation of ball, literally. Yes, I was right. I knew that. I freaking knew that. I knew that from Baldur's Gate 3. The Dark Urge in Baldur's Gate 3 is literally born from the flesh and blood of Ball. So, for her to be like, oh, CERN suggests that they could be a race instead, so they might not be biologically related, so it's fine. No! Oh my goodness.
Jaheira speaks of the ballspawn as an aberration of nature, while CERN suggests that the ballspawn are natural simply by the fact that they exist. I really like this exchange. I like how it speaks to the wildly different attitudes that two people of the same class and alignment can have just by virtue of how they view that which defines their class. And I especially like that Jaheira is the one who takes the opposing viewpoint. I think it's very in character for her. She speaks simultaneously as a servant of nature, but also a concerned and disapproving parent. And I like that they gave the really nuanced and interesting viewpoint to CERN, a character who was otherwise largely ignored and never used because
the nuanced and interesting viewpoint of bestiality being in nature, the nuance and interesting viewpoint of bestiality and incest. Hey, player character, bestiality technically is fine, so you can fuck your sister. What nuance? What interesting takes? Y'all, I am trying so hard. So hard.
this class is bad. The really interesting aspect of this conversation is that this is the kind of stuff that players would use to argue with, well, they're not really related, are they? Something a lesser story would use to remove all guilt or ick for the player, but instead it's just one guy's opinion as he pontificates about nature. Imoen Keldorn of the
And that opinion is, hey, bestiality is technically okay, so you can fuck your sister.
same approach too, being a paladin and paladin adjacent. Imoen is something of a hate. Imoen Keldorn have the same approach too, being a paladin and paladin adjacent. Imoen is something of a hate sing.
Okay, let me read this out before I hear what she actually has to say. Try as I might, I cannot believe what I see. A pervasion, 2 siblings, 2 women no less, pawing at each other with all the decency of 2 slavering dogs. If you have any shred of righteousness in your heart, Ariana, you will cease its depravity before it goes any further. Imoen shoots you with dark glare. Thanks for telling the whole damn continent, Ariana. I realize buffoon knows about us, it seems. She said nothing, girl, but it's plain enough to see your sickness. This isn't called for, Anoman, and it's none of your business. You do not know what you're saying. Mark my words, Ariana. This path will lead to your ruin. So, unnecessary homophobia aside, he is completely right. Why? Like, guys, I know nothing about this Anoman dude, but he's like, yo, fucking your sister is weird, and you should stop it. Like, y'all. What am I supposed to say to this? Well, Titan Reading says, Nerd, when this is over with and need a palate cleansing, you should read Dungeon Crawler Carl. Thanks for the suggestion.
For the entire fandom, so he gets the angry church guy approach of yelling about how deviant they are, which in a lesser story would have been the opinion of everyone to hammer in how narrow-minded everyone is, and here it's just one guy whose abrasive personality has been made abundantly clear for a long time.
That's literally Jaheira, though. Jaheira holds the exact same viewpoint. And you shit on her in Baldur's Gate 3 for it. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh my god. Ariana, Keldorn slowly alternates his gaze between you and Imoen, an unfathomable expression masks his face, and you cannot begin to guess his thoughts. We have long known that Imoen was your childhood friend. Now we have discovered that she is your sister as well. Although I do not believe that being Ballspawn implies that you are natural siblings. I am not blind. And I am aware of what you two have been going through, but I had never thought that you would become involved in this way. Have you anything to say for yourself? I love her. That says enough. A fine and easy answer, Ariana, but it is not that simple. Keldorn, you are married, and you truly love your wife. You should understand this better than anyone. I find your relationship a very polarizing one. I do try to understand you and to be tolerant. However, my feelings as a man are in conflict with the vows I have taken as a paladin for the most noble order of the Radiant Heart. I only ask that you give deep consideration to the path you are treading, Ariana. You are not playing with some summer fling with the sanctity of your very being. So Ariana was just like, "Hey, Keldorn, you're married, so you should know what it's like to be in love. So leave me alone and let me fuck my sister." Oh my goodness, guys, this is unbearable, and I hate myself.
Keldorn, on the other hand, raises objections, but the main point he's trying to make is that the ward give deep consideration to the path she's treading, but he stops just sort of insisting they stop. I like this line because it's reinforcing gameplay, barring a few examples of
And you don't bring up the fact that you don't bring up the fact that your player character is like, "Hey, you're married, so you should think that, like, it's perfectly fine for me to fuck my sister, I guess."
mutual breakup in Throne of Ball, any attempt to break things off with Imoen will leave her heartbroken and have her permanently leave the party. Some of these...
Wait, hold up, what?
Because it's reinforcing gameplay, barring a few examples of a mutual breakup in Throne of Ball, any attempt to break things off with Imoen will leave her heartbroken and have her permanently leave the party. Some of these dialogues even stress the significance that Imoen is leaving the ward's life forever. Imoen has been the only constant in the ward's life, and so her permanent departure is a serious event. It would probably be the single most significant event in the ward's life, the day she drove the last of her family away. I've always been of the opinion that regardless of the status...
So... Oh my god. You say that's such a big deal, Imoen leaving the party permanently. As if Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't have at least 8 times where that happens. At least 8! I went over this earlier, but that happens at least 8 freaking times! Okay, reading the chat again. Like, look up Prepotente in the lair tonight. It has the best autistic goat boy. If you love him, you'll love the series. Thank you, Wolf Titan Reading. And Tyler Preston says, the forced homophobia is a pathetic way in order to make the characters who are speaking logic to being in the wrong. I've encountered this in Lore Olympus with Apollo and pointing out the age gap. Yeah. I have read a little bit of Lore Olympus. I'm not fully caught up on it yet. And I won't lie, even though the age gap is pointed out and it is slightly odd, the fact that they're gods kind of like brings a whole like thing into it. But this stream isn't about Lore Olympus. It's about this video.
Of their relationship or the ward's alignment, that Imoen is what the gives me the opinion that regardless of the status of their relationship or the ward's alignment, that Imoen is what the ward loves the most, superseding anything else. The trauma of losing her father and her home on the same day and having only Imoen for comfort has led to the ward having a much greater affection for her than when they were simply children playing. This is something
So the ward is completely obsessed with Imoen and is completely enmeshed with her, and it has her entire life revolving around Imoen, the sister she wants to fuck. Great. Totally not telling on yourself there. Totally not, Lily.
Reinforced in much of the game, such as the ward taking on an entire crusade just because playing. This is something reinforced in much of the game, such as the ward taking on an entire crusade just because they hurt Imoen, or tearing after the cowled wizards and breaking into Spellhold, a previously impenetrable fortress, just to rescue her. Imoen gets captured by the cowled wizards, and the ward doesn't even take time to recuperate from her torture at Irenicus's hands. She's off raising money for the rescue immediately. Her very divine soul
Wait a minute. What did she just say?
By the cowled wizards, and the ward doesn't even take time to recuperate from her torture at Irenicus's hands. She's off raising money for the rescue immediately. Her very divine soul takes the
She's off raising money for her immediately. Isn't that a specific quest line? Like, Lily. You can't, like, okay, I don't know a lot about Baldur's Gate 2, but you can't treat quests that you do, you can't treat optional quests that you do as canon to the game, right? Like, no, you just can't do that. Why do you always do that? Wolf Titan Reading says, yeesh, not like Imo here isn't the mod maker's big ol' special character they wanna fuck. Oh yeah, right! Like, wow, I wonder why the Imoen Romance mod has a lot of focus on Imoen. Wow, Lily! I wonder why that is!
form of Imoen in her dreams. I've always felt that Irenicus took Imoen because he knew the ward would come after her, and her absence would stress her out severely and leave her more willing to indulge Baal's essence. It's why Irenicus is in the second and third dreams as well. Without Imoen, she's finally vulnerable. The ward encounters roadblock after roadblock, delay after delay, betrayal after betrayal, until finally it's all too much and she turns into the Slayer the instant she sets eyes on one of the people who hurt her friend. And I like that this mod makes the decision to enter a romantic relationship with Imoen a very significant one. If she goes in too deep and tries to pull out, Imoen will be left heartbroken, and that has serious, long-lasting consequences that you can't take back. I mean, unless you load a save. I also like that Keldorn, and to a lesser extent Valigar, kinda just don't bother with raising objections to their relationship.
Okay, to read the chat for a bit. From what Sai said, you can take a lot of time to do that quest if you want. So it's not like that quest is even a major part of the game or timed or anything. That quest is like optional, very, very optional. Lily, just because you're rushing to save Imoen doesn't mean everyone else is. You're not part of a you're not like the head of a hive mind or anything. You know that, right? Anyway, she says that this Valier guy, doesn't really object to the romance, right? Let's see what he actually says. Valier has kept his silence throughout the party's reactions to you and Imoen. You are one of the few. Wait a minute. Wolf Titan reading says her friend. No, Emo here is nothing more than a blow-up doll that the player can fuck. The character is just there for the players and maker's fantasy. Emo is just the princess in another castle. That is a fair point. I haven't brought this up, but I hate how often Lily is calling Imoen her friend or like her buddy or whatever. No, Imoen is the player character's sister and you are fucking her. That is just an objective fact. And I hate how Lily is just skirting around that by saying, oh, she's your friend. Oh, she's your best friend. Like, no, she is your sister and you are having sex with her and trying to skirt around that being like, oh, they're just besties. Like, no. Saying that the mod is like super open with the fact that they're siblings and you are like fucking and you are siblings and being oh but they're such best friends the entire video, like Lily, no, you are being such a hypocrite right now. Wolf Titan reading also says the character just sounds like they are there for their pleasure, not a person for them to use, especially after that tickle scene. Exactly. And Tyler Preston also says a MacGuffin. Also exactly. Anyway, back to this Veilgar guy. Veilgar has kept a silence throughout the party's reaction to you and Imoen. You are one of the few who have not voiced an opinion on Imoen and I. Some things are better left unsaid. And that means what exactly? What do you wish me to say, Ariana? That I approve of such things? Do you not? Speak your mind, Veilgar. A pair of witches, cursed by the gods, consorting with each other? Do you truly think I could ever gaze upon that with anything more than contempt? I know that Imoen is your sister, but she is also a witch, and deep inside, as twisted as any other. Perhaps worse, now that we know she is of Bald's offspring. Hey, that's not nice at all. What I ever do to you, stuffy pants? She thinks this is better writing than Baldur's Gate 3, by the way. It is nothing personal, Imoen. You are a kind and loving girl, but magic warps even the most noble souls. If you continue to embrace it, it will corrupt you as well. That's your objection, that she's a mage. Wait, no. That's your objection, that she's a mage? It is not my only objection, but it is my strongest. I am not surprised you disagree with me, and now you know why I found it wiser to keep my opinion to myself. So Lily says that he doesn't really object to the two of them being siblings and fucking, but he's like, yes, I do object. I'm just keeping things to myself because I think you two are weird. So once again, Lily is showing herself being contradicted on screen and is just lying about it. Y'all, guys, where do I even start? I start by pressing the unpause button because somehow we only had 26 minutes left.
In general. They do openly say they have them, but they mostly keep it to themselves, with Valigar explicitly stating that he knew it would fall on deaf ears. It's not my only objection, but it is my strongest. I'm not surprised you disagree with me, and now you know why I found it wiser to keep my opinion to myself. Which makes a certain amount of sense. The fact that the two of them are doing this means that any objection you raise is likely one they have already considered and clearly don't care. And Valigar's not Jaheira. He's not family. My only issue with this conversation is, well, while their reasons for withholding their objections are interesting, this results in a situation, well,
okay, so you do bring up the fact that he objects. Okay, like, that is good. It's just, oh my god, it's just, I don't know. Something about the way she phrased that just still feels off to me. And I can't pinpoint it. But since I can't pinpoint it, I'm going to give Lily that. I'm going to give her that. Unfortunately.
While their reasons for withholding their objections are interesting, this results in a situation where all the good aligned characters have supportive or ambivalent reactions. While I just said that making where all the good aligned characters have supportive or ambivalent reactions.
Wait a minute. What?
This results in a situation where all the good aligned characters have supportive or ambivalent reactions.
So... Okay. So you're complaining that the mod has the good aligned characters support your incest between you're complaining that the mod has the characters you're complaining that the mod has the good aligned characters support the incest, right? Oh my goodness. Guys, it's just where do I even start with how messed up that is? Okay. I'm going to try and summarize it as best as I can. The good guys say incest is good. The bad guys say incest is bad. That's literally what Lily is saying right now. And she's complaining about it. Please tell me she's about to say that she wants a more like split down the line of people objecting to this. I don't think she is, but oh my god, what the fuck?
While I just said that making Chihiro judgmental was a good thing, she still doesn't raise too much of an objection, not as much as Animen does at least. And Nalia and Eri are the same way.
Okay, let's see what Area says. Well, whoever this is. Ariana, could I talk to you for a moment? Sure, what's on your mind? Nalia motions to you a few feet further from the group. I've heard certain people talking, and I just wanted to tell you that I see nothing wrong with it. Nobility has a long tradition of marrying cousins, and being with your sister isn't so incredibly different. That you're both women, well, it is a bit bizarre, I'll admit, but they'll get over it. Thanks. All I'm saying is that you shouldn't listen to small minds with big mouths. All anyone can see is how much you love Imoen, and that's all that should matter. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Okay, so who is this? So a chaotic good character is like, yay, royal family's inbreed, so your incest is fine. Great work, Lily. Okay. Looking at the chat, Wolf Titan Reading says, also look at this. She forgot to even write lawful evil. She said lawful neutral. That is not what that means. Lord, get your alignment fucking right. I didn't even notice that at first. Man.
They're extremely supportive of the warden.
Okay, Eri giggles as she looks at you and Imoen. I'm glad to see you together, Ariana. You are perfect for each other. And Imoen, why didn't you tell me about you had a crush on her? God, just quit it, you. I had no idea what I wanted. Whatever feelings I had, it took me some time to admit it. You know, with the whole, Imoen, you're blushing. I really hope you'll stay together forever. You make such a wonderful couple. Guys, I cannot stress this enough. This is the dialogue she thinks is better than all of Baldur's Gate 3. I'm gonna throw myself into a pile of plushies and just let the plushies drown me. Okay, what was she saying? Because I'm gonna... Oh my god.
was a good thing, she still doesn't raise too much of an objection, not as much as Animen does at least. And Nalia and Eri are the same way, they're extremely supportive of the ward in Imoen. Even Valigar says the fact that Imoen is a mage is his strongest objection, and there's this subtle undercurrent that equates goodness with forgiving incest. The only characters who raise strong objections are the neutral characters.
Wait a minute. What? Wait a minute. What? Did she seriously just say that?
Valigar says the fact that Imoen is a mage is his strongest objection, and there's this subtle undercurrent that equates goodness with forgiving incest. The only characters who raise strong objections are the neutral characters, and the evil characters treat it as a joke. I feel there was
Guys. Did she seriously just say that she has a problem with the game saying that goodness equals forgiving incest when she spent this entire video literally doing that very thing? Sly Scribble says, God, I skipped this one. I am so sorry to subject you to this. I am so sorry. But, am I insane? Or is that literally not what she just said? Is she seriously complaining that the game equates incest forgiveness with being a good person, when that is what she's been doing this whole video? Y'all, I have little to no words on how utter nonsense that is. And I just, good fucking Christ. Yeah, what the hell?
It's a seriously missed opportunity to have good aligned characters raise objections that are more emphatic, perhaps even leaving the party because they can't abide what they're doing. That having been said, the contrasting elements between characters of similar disciplines does remain very interesting, and the conversations with people who know the ward very well, like
Wait a second, what the hell did she just say again?
the party because they can't abide what they're doing. That having been said, the contrasting elements between characters of similar disciplines does remain very interesting, and
The contrasting of characters with similar disciplines? Okay, I have to replay that for a third time. What the heck?
evil characters treat it as a joke. I feel there was a seriously missed opportunity to have good aligned characters raise objections that are more emphatic, perhaps even leaving the party because they can't abide what they're doing. That having been said, the contrasting elements between characters of similar disciplines does remain very interesting, and the conversations with people who know
Okay. Guys. This is just actively painful. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh my god. So, I think she just contradicted herself again. Because first off, she was like, I'm mad that the good aligned characters are that the good aligned characters equals forgiving incest. But now she's saying but now she's saying it's actually a good thing or a really interesting thing that the mod has all the good characters have this one worldview of incest is okay. Yo, what? So, the good aligned characters like incest, the neutral characters don't like incest, and the evil characters think it's a joke. Lily, I'm starting to. Do you know what alignment in D&D means? Lily is an incest mod. What do you expect? Because it's a goddamn incest mod. The person who made it wants support for their goddamn fetish. Exactly. Of course, the good aligned characters are going to be like, yeah, this is totally okay because this is a goddamn incest mod. Oh my god. Good lord.
know the ward very well, like Viconia, seem to act with a certain degree of ambivalence. This is probably the most fun part of doing this, as you get to have some really philosophical conversations with some of the characters. This is the real strength of this story, as it really makes you sit and think about what it is you're doing and why you're doing it. It does help that the two are on sympathetic grounds. I sympathize with them both coming to the realization they're in love with their best friend, only to have that second act plot
That best friend being their biological sibling, by the way.
twist drop on them and decide, I have had enough of Ball's bullshit ruining my life, I am not letting it ruin this. Strangely enough, this is an adherence to the game's main theme as a whole. The entire point of the story is the systematic rejection of any claim Ball has over your life. And in this case, that includes any acknowledgement of a shared relation between the ward and Imoen in the first place. A lot of the drama fades away in the move to Throne of Ball, and now you get to settle into the actual being in a relationship part. This is interesting because few RPGs really know what to do here. By the time you've settled a romance, you're already at the final mission with few places left to go. Mass Effect is probably
Oh my god. To have the audacity to say that. Okay. I know I brought this up a lot, but to be like, oh my god. To say this.
the drama fades away in the move to Throne of Ball, and now you get to settle into the actual being in a relationship part. This is interesting because few RPGs really know what to do here. By the time you've settled a romance, you're already at the final mission with few places left to go.
To say that when Baldur's Gate 3 has some of the most in-depth relationship stuff ever. Like, guys. Okay, I'm gonna repeat some of the stuff from my personal experience playing Baldur's Gate 3 and my Imoen Romance. When you're after you have your Act 2 romance scene with the Starian, it becomes a very normal romance and stuff. Sure, you can progress the romance in his quest line as per normal in the game. Sure, that's normal. You can just do that in the game. But before you can do that, you can just kiss him and you can just kiss him and be hey there. You could just be hey there, darling, and kiss him and oh crap. It's been 8 months since I played the game, so I'm going off very vague memories here. They are vivid memories, but still I'm digging them out, okay? You can kiss a Starian, you can at least one more quest you can do with him. You get a few more dialogue options with him if you're a ball spawn and you discover that it's a very normal romance and stuff. You can still have a very it's small, but it's there. So Lily being oh, this mod is the only mod that's allows you to have a romance that's not before the final act or whatever. No, Lily, this mod isn't the only thing that to do what other CRPGs or RPGs and JRPGs have done. This shitty mod from 20 years ago is not the only thing to do what other things have done. Other things have done it, and unlike this mod, they've done them well. Okay, reading the chat. Also, Lily was praising their different reactions earlier. Oh yeah, I don't think I caught that. Lily, you were praising the different reactions earlier, and now you're complaining about it. You contradicted yourself in less than 2 minutes. Lily, don't act like you have played many RPGs. Keep Mass Effect out of your mouth, Lily. I assume Mass Effect fans don't claim you, Lily. Wolf Titan Reading says, Lily, keep fucking VC Andrews out of your mouth. She's a far better writer than you. And also, she made sure the incest was horror. Yo, what does that mean? Kate Carcat Vantage says, forget Mass Effect exists, Lily. Get far away from it. The BG3 romances are good. True. Cat Peasant says, oh, Lily would never play a JRPG. Let's be real here. She hates Japan. That's also true. Unfortunately. Okay, let's get back to the video.
Mass Effect is probably the only game to figure out what to do about this. Shepard's romance with the Vermeer survivor is actually on the rocks between the second and third games, and there's a lot of drama around whether or not it'll last. Conversely, the relationship with Garrus and Tali gets to be really fleshed out and interesting, while every other relationship is stuck in limbo with those characters not actually in the party. Actually, no, that's a lie. Star Wars The Old Republic also gets to take advantage of this with the romance with Lana Beniko, especially since the player character doesn't meet her until Shadow of Revan. They have the entirety of the class campaign and McKeb to develop as a character on their own before developing a relationship with Lana. Throne of Balls section for Imoen's mod fully explores the relationship between the two. There's a whole new set of flags and variables, and now rather than just waiting for love talks to happen, you actually have to use the dialogue command to initiate the dialogue yourself.
As if that doesn't happen in Baldur's Gate 3. Just because there's an indication of when you should talk to the characters doesn't mean you can. You should, but that doesn't mean you have to. Oh my goodness. Guys, the slander is crazy. The slander is crazy!
Shadows of Om section did have moments where you could force talk Imoen in different places to spend quality time together, getting cute little vignettes where the two are being utterly fucking saccharine. Oh, and also horny as fuck. Like after the romance
Lily, what the hell was that? Did you have to flash?
two are being utterly fucking saccharine. Oh, and
Did you have to flash this on screen? And yes, I am pausing here. If I have to suffer, then so do you. Like, Lily, I don't know who this is. I don't know what this art of is. I don't know who the art of this is. Do you have to flash this on screen? Seriously. Like, guys, I know that, like, again, as I've said, like, several hours ago by now, like, two consenting adults can do whatever they want. Keep it in the goddamn bedroom. Don't put it in your YouTube video defending your incest mod, okay? Like, Jesus Christ. Also, just flashing this up with no context. How am I supposed to know who this is? Lily, I don't follow you on Tumblr or Twitter or whatever. I don't know who this is. Like, oh my goodness. Like, God, Jesus Christ.
also horny as fuck. Like after the romance starts, these two are just all over each other. But since Baldur's Gate doesn't do full-on sex scenes and just fades to black, it ends up just being really fucking funny, especially in situations when the party is around, because they all react with either disgust, nausea, or resigned pain because, oh my god, they're at it again. Trust me, you have not lived until you've provoked Jaheira to yell at the warden Imoen to just not right now, not in the Grove, you two! Anyway, while the sillier moments are all—
Wait a minute. Are you seriously telling me right now that you and Imoen can just full on do it and fuck at any point you want? Like, at any time? Is that seriously what I'm hearing right now? Shy Scribbles, from the chat says, that's Ariana, her version of the player character. Wow. Thank you so much for telling me that. I am going to scrub that from my memory. But, back to what Lily just said, did she seriously just say that you can basically have sex with Imoen at any point you want in the game? Is that seriously what she just said? Let me replay that, because there is no way she said what I think she just said.
just being really fucking funny, but log yourself. Shadows of Om section did have moments where you could force talk Imoen in different places to spend quality time together, getting cute little vignettes where the two are being utterly fucking saccharine. Oh, and also horny as fuck. Like after the romance starts, these two are just all over each other. But since Baldur's Gate doesn't do full-on sex scenes and just fades to black, it ends up just being really fucking funny, especially in situations when the party is around, because they all react with either disgust, nausea, or resigned pain because, oh my god, they're at it again. Trust me, you have not lived until you've provoked Jaheira to yell at the warden Imoen to just not Not right now. Not in the Grove, you two. Anyway, while the sillier moments are all over the place.
So, that is just what she said. She literally just said that they're at a point in the game, after the mod, you can force talk Imoen to just be saccharine and sweet and fuck her as much as you want. I'm sorry? That is gross. And that is weird.
Not right now. Not in the Grove, you two. Anyway, while the sillier moments are all over the place, a lot of these conversations with Rona Ball are actually more serious. Imoen will talk to the player about alignment, class.
Wait a fucking second! Hold up! Hold up! Wait a minute! Pause! Hold up! Wait a minute! Pause! Wait a fucking second! Guys, I just realized something. She is literally glazing and praising this part of the mod that lets you fuck Imoen at any point that you want. And she's literally glazing and praising this part of the mod that lets you fuck Imoen at any point that you want, right? Do you remember what she said about Baldur's Gate 3? That it just lets you have an orgy with all of your player companions, and it doesn't actually care about the player character's story and the other companion story, and it's just a dating sim, and all the characters are swappable, and nobody actually matters, and you can just pick who to kiss? Guys, I cannot stress this enough. Lily Orchard's favorite, it seems like one of Lily Orchard's favorite parts of this mod, from how much she is gushing about it, is getting to fuck Imoen as much as she wants, with no consequence, and yet, she hates Baldur's Gate 3, and says that it's just a dating sim with swappable characters, and says that it's bad that they give you choices in the games, and says that it's bad that a vampire has sexual assault trauma, and says that... Guys! Oh my fucking lord. Oh my god. She is praising this mod for doing what she hated Baldur's Gate 3 for. She is praising... Actually, let me rephrase that. She is praising this mod for... She's hating this mod. No. She's praising this mod for doing the very thing she claimed Baldur's Gate 3 did. Guys, I'm about to hit my 13th reason. Lily, you fucking lying hypocrite. Absolutely right, cat peasant, because what the fuck? I know I sound very loud, I'm yelling a lot, but I am legitimately pissed. Like, I am literally kind of pissed right now. Lily, it seems like your favorite part of this mod is getting to fuck her whenever she wants. Chris Lucy in the chat says, "Hi nerd, hi. Nice to see you in my chat. I was just screaming because I just realized something insane. Lily's favorite part of this mod is getting to fuck Imoen as much as she wants. But she hates Baldur's Gate 3 because she sees the thing that it's an orgy where you can just fuck the characters whenever you want. And she doesn't seem to understand the hypocrisy of that. And I think that I think it might be my 13th reason. Oh my god. Don't kill yourself, you so sexy. Thank you, Chris. Wolf Titan Reading says, Also, if she only did the friend sections, how the fuck would she know you can fuck at any goddamn time? Jose 39 just said that. Can we get our nerd crash out? Might not be the only one, to be honest.
Race, decisions made throughout the game, and even aspects of your relationship like marriage or children. Imoen has never actually considered marriage at all, but if the player is suitably romantic about it, she'll accept a proposal. She's also rather emphatic about not wanting children, and pressing the issue will kill the romance stone dead. Inside all these conversations is a hidden affection variable.
Okay, thank Christ. So, okay, the chapter is finished. I'm going to take a small bathroom break, and I will be right back. God, I'm angry. And guess who's back? Back again. With 22 minutes left. Oh, jeez. Oh. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay. Chat, is working right again. Great news. Lo-fi, okay, wait. Dang it. Okay. Nerd should get some chill lo-fi music or something for the stream screen, says Cat Peasant. I am working on that, just gotta figure it out. Chris Lucy says hi. Hi again. K Carcat Vantis says, being passionate about a subject is what makes it entertaining. Always good to see someone yap about something they love. Thank you very much. Unless it's Lily talking about this mod. Fair point. Okay, let's unfortunately get back into it.
It raises or lowers depending on the dialogue choices taken in all these conversations. The conversations that affect Imoen's affection are almost entirely optional. You have to take the time to force talk and do those events, otherwise her affection slowly ticks down. If Imoen's affection reaches certain low points, she starts complaining about being neglected. This will greatly affect later conversations, like the aforementioned marriage conversation. Think about how unusual it is to actually have neglect play a factor in an RPG romance.
Oh my god! You... Lily! You can't say that! Oh my god. Chris sent me something. Let me see. Hey, okay, let me open the browser. Okay, so, for small drilling, but for those who don't know, this is, I'm pretty sure this is, Chris's, winning, wins against, several, revenge battles, in, Cookie Run Kingdom. And she won against, an Ananas Dragon Cookie team, twice. I'm just going to ignore that username. Good on you with this team, of all things. Had no idea that wedding cake cookie and croissant cookie were actually useful. So, honestly, great job. And thank you for this. It's good information, honestly. Had no idea these treasures were actually useful, and I will do my best to use this team in the arena too. Anyway, we must get back to the pain. As Tyler Preston so eloquently puts it, Imoen, why aren't you paying attention to me? I'm a woman written by a teenage boy, so I must be constantly erratic in my emotions. Okay, Chris. Okay, Chris, clarified. Your defense 1 is my defense bait team. Oh, okay. That actually is really funny. Man, that is... If you're part of the Cookie Run Kingdom fandom, you know why that's funny. Anyway, but it's funny that you bring that up, Tyler Preston, because that whole neglect thing isn't actually unique to this mod at all. Because in Baldur's Gate 3, as the Wizard of Waterdeep questline so eloquently puts it, Gale will leave the party if you neglect him. And it's not like neglect in like the way that like in the way that like this Imoen Romance is doing it. Neglect is like if you straight up no wait wrong tab. Neglecting Gale is like if you straight up ignore him, don't talk to him, and like just don't interact with him at all. So obviously Gale is going to leave the party if you don't talk to him at all. And he's going to see you as a shitty person if you don't talk to him. Because you are neglecting him and like being a jackass. It's not like in this Imoen Romance thing where it's like, oh, you're not paying attention to me. I'm so needy. Neener. No, with Gale, you have to like actually talk to him and be a somewhat decent person. And at the very least, try and engage with him. You don't like, you don't just be like you don't just be a jackass to him. You know? Man. I also got water. As I should. Wolf Titan Reading says, Imoen, pay attention to me. We can go in the shed to have fun, Senpai. The creator has forced me to do this. This is how I'm written. Oh my goodness.
Thrown a ball affection are almost
Oh my god, I thought the video buffered and I was free from my torment.
entirely optional. You have to take the time to conversations. The conversations that affect Imoen's affection are almost entirely optional. You have to take the time to force talk and do those events.
Wait a minute, hold up. What?
Affection are almost entirely depending on the dialogue choices taken in all these conversations. The conversations that affect Imoen's affection are almost entirely optional. You have to take the time to force talk and do those events, otherwise her affection slowly ticks down. If Imoen's affection reaches certain low points, she starts complaining about being neglected.
Oh my goodness. Did she seriously just... Please tell me she's No, but she's not. Did she seriously just say that the... Oh my god, I have to replay that back again, because there is no way she said what I think she just said.
Or lowers depending on the dialogue. Stone dead. Inside all these conversations is a hidden affection variable. It raises or lowers depending on the dialogue choices taken in all these conversations. The conversations that affect Imoen's affection are almost entirely optional. You have to take the time to force talk and do those events, otherwise her affection slowly ticks down.
So, she did say that. And if you're wondering why I played that back 3 times, it's because she literally said that, from my understanding, I think she said that progressing and maintaining, according to this chapter name, Imoen's relationship is entirely optional. Did she seriously just say that maintaining this relationship is optional? Did she seriously say that? Guys. And this is... Did she seriously just fucking say that? So... Now it wants to start raiding! After days and days of fuck you he! Now it wants to start raiding! Oh my god. I'm pissed off at the weather. I'm pissed off at Lily contradicting herself yet again! Because you make it such a big deal that Imoen is like the main focus of this mod and everything revolves around Imoen. And now you're just straight up saying that, like, no, maintaining the main relationship, aka what this mod is about, is optional. Dude, that is not how it should work. Oh my god. Guys. I'm gonna, oh my god. Let me just press play.
If Imoen's affection reaches certain low points, she starts complaining about being neglected.
Oh, wait, I missed this one. I missed this chat message. Tyler Preston says, with Gale needing to drain magical artifacts, it's understandable why he would abandon us. Yeah, that's another big factor. If you don't talk to the guy who has a magical medical condition, no shit he's going to abandon you. Anyway.
Affection slowly ticks down. If Imoen's affection reaches certain low points, she starts complaining about being neglected. This will greatly affect later conversations, like the aforementioned marriage conversation. Think about how unusual it is to actually have neglect play a factor in an RPG romance. Thronoball does a lot with this mechanic. The two can
Actually, I just realized something. Gale isn't the only one this applies to in Baldur's Gate 3. Astarion also has this apply to him in the game. Because if you forget to have the romance up, oh my god, dang it. If you forget to have Astarion's romance scene in Baldur's Gate 3, oh my god, no. If you neglect Astarion in Act 2 and Baldur's Gate 3, he will break up with you in Act 3. If you can romance him in Act 1, yes. But if you neglect him in Act 2, he will break up with you in Act 3. So that's two instances in Baldur's Gate 3 where neglect plays a huge factor in the game. Like, I know I keep bringing up Astarion, and yes, I admit, he is my favorite character, and he's probably my Blurbo, if I'm using that term correctly. But he, as a character, just contradicts Lily in so many ways! Good God, man, good God!
can have their relationship turn sour, break up, get back together. If Imoen's affection gets especially high by the time you defeat Balthazar, she'll be considered madly in love, and that affects the epilogue. The outcomes of certain conversations also affect the epilogue, leading to 44 different variations, and we're still only on one of the two possible routes. The ending is probably what gets me the most because there's a secondary factor, alignment. Most people probably didn't think of their alignment when they make their character, since you could take an evil alignment and then be a heroic do-gooder anyway. But this mod really makes you think about it. Remember, Imoen is neutral good.
Wait, what?
Probably didn't think of their alignment when they make their character, since you could take an evil alignment and then be a heroic do-gooder anyway.
Wait a minute, excuse me?
Most, because there's a secondary factor, alignment. Most people probably didn't think of their alignment when they make their character, since you could take an evil alignment and then be a heroic do-gooder anyway. But this mod...
Yo, you have got to be just talking about Baldur's Gate 2, because I refuse to believe that you're including Baldur's Gate 3, because that game will severely punish you if you choose to be evil. Like, guys, raid the Grove. If you, once again, choosing to raid the Grove with the Goblin forces has immense, far-reaching consequences for the game, some of which can only be felt in later acts. It's not just people leaving the party and people not being available as companions. You can't do major quests in Act 2. Characters and traders aren't available anymore. You can't recruit other characters for allies in the final act. Full-on quests are removed. Alignment plays a huge part in Baldur's Gate 3, so I know you aren't talking about Baldur's Gate 3, because that would be a full-on lie! Oh my fucking god. Also, this is a D&D world! Alignment is probably top 5 things people are thinking about! You cannot tell me people are thinking about alignments in their games when they're thinking of playing the D&D inspired game, Lily! My god, I need some water. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Chat is saying... Again, Lily acting like this mod is the only place where alignment matters. Exactly. Cat Peasant 106 says, of course people think about their alignment. Wait, I just heard that. Okay. Zeo Gold says, 1, Lily hates that character. 2, since there is no characters that are sisters in the game, Lily doesn't pay attention to what's going on in Baldur's Gate 3. Possibly true. Jose39 says, Gale from Baldur's Gate 3 is a wood. Honestly. Side Scribble says, alignment plays a big part in D&D in general. Yes. Yes. You can't just fucking deny that. Zero Gold says, funny how I never played the Baldur's Gate game, yet I know more about the games than Lily. Exactly! Like, you don't need to know about Baldur's Gate to know that alignment matters in the D&D games! Anyway.
Really makes you think about it. Remember, Imoen is neutral good. She likes helping people and she chides you when you do evil. So what happens if you pursue a romantic relationship with Imoen, but you are in fact evil? Well, here's the epilogue if you stay mortal and she's madly in love. With the Ballspawn saga at their backs, Imoen and the Ward were at last able to roam where they pleased. At Imoen's behest, they returned to Candlekeep for a time, both to put her worries for the keep at ease and to see old Puffguts again. They found it much as it had always been, only smaller. Despite Imoen's new appreciation for the magical tomes in the library shelves, it was not long until the...
Okay, so at least Lily's actually like reading out what happens this time instead of just displaying it on screen. I can give her that.
couple was on the road again. Much as Imoen had privately feared, the Ward's evil nature did not change after their divine essence was forfeit. Her power was as great as her ambition, and neither would be held back by morals or scruples. For a time, Imoen turned a blind eye to increasingly ruthless deeds, desperately in love and far too afraid to lose what they'd fought so hard to nurture. Aware of Imoen's discomfort, the Ward tried to shield her beloved from her actions as best she could, for her love was just as deep and genuine. It was an unsustainable situation. Imoen's objections had been mild and understated in the past, but things had changed. Now, traveling as equals without a looming threat on the horizon, she ultimately found herself unable to take refuge in the role of an underling. Torn between her love and her conscience, Imoen's desire was not to stifle the Ward's ambitions, but simply not to be a part of any suffering she caused. As her influence grew, arguments became frequent and anger became a common occurrence. Imoen would leave to pursue her own goals from time to time, be it out of sincere concern, a need to balance her beloved's actions, or purely out of spite. Her outlook on the world did not remain unscathed, and perhaps it was during one of these spats that Imoen single-handedly blew up the rehabilitated Spellhold and erased the cowled wizards of Om from existence, giving each member in turn a generous choice: give up their robes or suffer her personally developed polymorph other spell. A small cattle ranch thrives in the outskirts of Athkatla because of this, with several ex-wizards learning each day what it is like to be magically imprisoned and bound inside a pen. Even through all their follies, the couple couldn't stay apart for long. Like an insidious addiction, their love gnawed at their insides, dousing anger to cinders time and again. Over the years, Imoen's worldview shifted closer to the Ward's and hers closer to Imoen's in turn. Though still some disagreements would devolve into shouting matches, neither one could escape the near preternatural attraction they felt for one another. And whenever the great heroes of the realm banded together to stop the Ward's relentless chokehold on Faerun, it was with a heavy heart that Imoen would stand by her side, ready as always to fight for whom she held most dear. Holy shit. Given how little your alignment...
So, Imoen was driven in... So, Imoen... So what I just read, what Lily just read to me, my interpretation, Imoen was just driven insane by the person that she was abused by relentlessly. Eventually was so mentally broken down, she was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go back to my abuser, and decided to stay with her abuser because she thought she had no other choice. And I'm supposed to see this as a good thing. Why? And to answer your question, Chris Lucy, I am in total shock right now, and I am both crying, laughing, in complete and total horror. Because, what the hell? Am I seriously supposed to see the Ward completely breaking down Imoen to the point of Imoen being like basically her slave to basically do whatever she wants out of a swig version of love as a good thing? Am I seriously supposed to see this as a good thing, Lily? Is this supposed to be romantic or cute or enticing or anything like that? Am I supposed to see it that way? Please don't tell me I'm supposed to see it that way. Because if I am, then something is wrong with you. There have been several things wrong in the past 31 minutes, and possibly several hours, but that could be a whole essay on its own. Oh my fucking god. Oh my lord. Okay, Wolf Titan reading says, so basically there is no goddamn consent in this relationship. Yes. Zio Gold says, what the fuck, it's official, Lily Orchard doesn't understand how relationships work. Yes. I think this is the bad ending if you decide to be evil, but yeah, this would appeal to some people. Yes, obviously. I also love bad endings. I like bad endings. I like the bad endings for the characters in Baldur's Gate 3 as well, but unlike Lily Orchard, I understand they're supposed to be bad! And, like, if you don't understand that they're supposed to be bad, then you are weird! Tyler Preston says, wait, I just remembered, in Dispatch, Invisigal can turn against you if you ignore her, not sending her out on missions. Red Ninja Flame says, I think this is just how Lily believes that relationships work. Oh my god, guys, what the hell is this?
Matters in this game, it can almost come... Holy shit. Given how little your alignment matters in this game, it can almost come as a surprise when a decision you made in Season 1 comes in and completely alters the trajectory of a story you've invested 20 hours into at this point. This relationship is capital B bad. And the best part about it is that it's not even like the ward is some vindictive abuser. Her love is genuine.
Not some vindictive abuser! Bro! You just said that you... Okay. I was going to give you credit for admitting that this is bad, but you say that the ward isn't abusive. When the way to continue romancing Imoen, apparently, is to abuse her by saying that you don't love, is to pull some manipulative high school bullshit and be like, oh, so you don't love me anymore, do you? Lily. Fuck off. Like, fuck off.
But she and Imoen are simply too different. They don't work together, but they are too in love to split apart. It's far worse for Imoen as the ward is realizing all of her ambitions. It's only Imoen who is being harmed by it. Seeing it described as an insidious addiction had my skin crawling, and the player's feelings are not spared. This is bad. And
is that... Wait, let me have her finish her sentence, because ain't no way.
It's hurting the person the ward loves the most. This is a total and systematic destruction of a person's very being happening before your eyes. And there's no glib remarks or sarcasm to spare the sheer horror of what the ward is doing to her best friend. This is the ending you get for being an amazing partner to Imoen. That all the ward's genuine and sincere love can't undo the damage that her evil nature is doing is the final nail in the, casket. Even then,
oh, wow. Ha ha, Lily. You don't want to say coffin because it's a coffin and ending in Lele. Ha ha ha. That's so fucking funny. Ha ha ha. Anyway, the ward is an abusive piece of shit. And if you seriously think that this entire fucking game is the ward showing love to Imoen, and if you seriously think that you are an ungodly amount of idiot, you are the pure... My toenails are smarter than you right now, Lily Orchard. At least my toenails are part of my body, and my body has my brain in it, and my brain knows what I just read. And my brain read a girl, Imoen, who is so unbelievably broken down. She decided to go back to her abuser, and because she felt like she had no other choice, and said abuser decided to use her continuously, and decided to use her continuously, and the abuse victim felt like she had no other choice but to do that. The fact that you think that this is, like, wholesome in a weird way because of the ward's love for Imoen is extremely fucked up of you. Like, oh my fucking god. I can only blame the mod's writing so much because it's Lily who is misinterpreting this writing to this extent. It's Lily who's reading it this way. Like, good fucking Christ, guys. Reading the chat. Lily, you are giving the writers way too much credit, Lily. True. Listen, I also enjoy really toxic, obsessive stuff because I grew up with yandere, but come to fuck on Lily. Also true. Lily viewing that as a good relationship is a clear sign of her being around parents with a toxic relationship. Also true. Cat Peasant 106 says, look, I love me some toxicity in my fictional lesbian relationships, but not like this. True. Like, okay. Maybe I'm telling myself little, but I feel like you're allowed to engage in like more toxic relationships in like fictional media. Again, fictional media! As long as you are aware that it's toxic and bad, because at the end of the day, it's fiction. It's pixels on a screen or text on a piece of paper or on a piece of digital paper. Fawning over a fake billionaire CEO or an evil vampire or a half elf who worships an evil goddess, that's not going to ruin your life, okay? And I think that like people who genuinely have an issue with people who simp over evil characters are just so weird. But to look at shit like this and be like, this is perfectly fine, or this is perfectly normal, or equally as bad, totally and completely misread it, and think of it as a good thing, or think of it as a bad thing in the entirely wrong way. It's just, good lord, it's just so bad. Like, guys, seriously. Tyler Preston says, stay with your abuser, the mod, probably. That's literally what this mod is saying right now. Wolf Titan Reading says, Lily, read a goddamn book. Exactly. Anyway.
And an evil ward doesn't become abusive toward Imoen. Their ambitions and the harm they cause to others harms Imoen regardless. Imoen nail in the, casket. Even then, an evil ward doesn't become abusive toward Imoen. Their ambitions and the harm they cause to others harms Imoen regardless. Imoen is often a morality pet for evil players, but here we see the end result of what that actually means for the morality pet in question. Even sincere love isn't enough sometimes. That's some pretty powerful storytelling, especially for an epilogue.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I'm not even gonna grace that with a mini rain. I'm just gonna unpause.
I sure hope Black Razor was worth it, guys. Of course, if you're of a good alignment, then this ending is swapped out with the Ward and Imoen being heroic do-gooders, whose love is as unshakable as their Thaco bonus, which is certainly cute. Now, that's not to say everything here is hunky-dory, because an area where the mod is at its weakest is when you first enter the Forest of Mir's temple. Here you encounter a...
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna, read the chat for a bit. Yeah, Chris Lucy says, yeah, duh, if it happens to you IRL, please go to the police. Yes, obviously. Wolf Titan Reading says, stop reading TikTok lesbian romance stuff that no one will handle. Yeah. Cat Peasant says, please stop reading bad Tepu erotica, Lily. Zeo Gold says, according to her sister, Lily sucks at reading. Wolf Titan Reading says, I can tell Courtney is right. Yeah. He also says, there is no fucking way she read VC Andrews, there is no goddamn way. Chris Lucy says, also as the Coffin of Andy and Lily fan, fuck off, Lily, just fuck off. Side Scribble says, so she thinks the love is still sincere, in the evil ending, huh? Apparently she does. Apparently she fucking does. Tyler Preston was Black Razor. I have no idea. She's never brought it up before. Seal Gold says, a reminder to everyone that Lily thinks that incest shouldn't be considered a taboo, especially if it's between sisters. That's definitely what this video is coming across as right now. Sly Scribble says, I did say I feel like you'd have to watch this video several times to untangle the web of bullshit he spouts. Yeah, that's definitely what I am feeling right now. So, apologies if me rewinding is a lot, but she said so much nonsense that it is just so much nonsense, guys.
Wraith of Gorion who chastises the weakest is when you first enter the Forest of Hunky Dory, because an area where the mod is at its weakest is when you first enter the Forest of Mir's Temple. Here you encounter a Wraith of Gorion who chastises the player for betraying the ideals he taught her and becoming a ruthless killer. This is actually part of the base game and includes a section where someone connected to your romance will appear and torment them as well, something that the Enhanced Edition and every romance mod includes their own versions of. Imoen Romance has one like this, and in true Imoen Romance fashion, it's about 5 times as long. The entire Candlekeep gang shows up and laments how the 5 destroyed Candlekeep and blames the warden Imoen for it. Then Winthrop shows up and tells Imoen he doesn't care about any of that, but he is disturbed by the news that they're now together. This is the weakest scene in the game because it's mostly the Wraiths performatively gagging and heaving, while Imoen and the ward yap about how love is love and they're all being mean. For a mod where just a few—
Wait a minute. Excuse me? Dude. Dude. Dude! Did you guys just fucking hear that? Let me replay that back.
The weakest scene in the game because it's mostly the Wraiths performatively gagging and heaving, while Imoen and the ward yap about how love is love and they're all being mean. For a mod where just a few hours—
Guys, I'm about to say something that Sai says on her streams a lot, and you guys say in her streams a lot. Lily, that's you! Lily! That is literally you! That is you! Oh my god. Lily. Lily, that's you! That's you, Lily! Like... Oh my goodness. Bro, that is you! Oh my lord. Like... Lily, Imoen and the ward are doing the very thing that you like, and the Wraith is doing the very thing that you don't like. Like the warden. You just said the warden and Imoen are being like all like saccharine and sweet. You just like you were just like not even 10 minutes ago being like, oh, they're being all so cute and stuff. It's so sweet. Like come on, man. Okay. Chris Lucy wants me to turn on subtitles, so I will do that. It just pisses me off so fucking much. Like, bro, that is you. That's literally you doing that.
Hours ago, I was talking philosophy with a druid and having a paladin warn me about the gravity of my decisions and how my situation makes those decisions 10 times more important. This is extremely facile and dull. The Shadows of Amport—
Lily, that is you! You were literally praising this game for being able to be a saccharine and sweet and getting to fuck your sister as much as possible. And now you're complaining that the weakest part of the game is like, oh, you're so saccharine and sweet and it's so saccharine and sweet. Homegirl, do you edit your scripts? Seriously, do you edit your scripts? No, the contradictions is gonna make my brain fart and explode and then die, all in that order.
Portia treated this with the seriousness it deserved and made the decision to engage in a romance in spite of that both difficult to actually pull off and have the weight it should have. The Throne of Ball segment does away with that in favor of soapboxing, which is sorely disappointing. I've said it in the past that
You were just saying that you like the soapboxing, though! So which is it? Like, Lily, you either like the soapboxing or you don't. You can't have both, Lily.
Imoen Romance is my favorite RPG romance ever, and that is entirely down to the fact that it is so unbelievably expansive.
So unbelievably expansive. Meanwhile, every single Baldur's Gate 3 romance has more content in them combined. Just saying.
Sheer variety of outcome, the details in how our relationships work, the cute little moments of random affection combined with serious questions.
Wait a minute! No! You don't get to say that! You just said that you like this mod because of the cute moments of random affection! And literally, not even 2 minutes ago, you spent like a full section complaining about how saccharine sweet it is! You can't fucking do that! Guys! I'm gonna fucking crash out! I am losing my mind! Ah! I know she's been contradicting herself this entire time, but to do it back to back in less than 2 fucking minutes? Oh my god. Oh my god. I am so glad my parents are downstairs. I am going to throw myself off a building! Oh my god, I need to drink more water. Oh my god, oh my god, my head hurts. My head fucking hurts. Oh my fucking lord. Oh my god. Anyway, let me reread the chat again. Cy Scribble says, Lily is truly a cognito hazard. Cat Peasant says, you have no taste, Lily. Chris Lucy says, so Lily just wants to sex. Carcat Vantis says, she really tries to act like BG2 has more things than Baldur's Gate 3. Exactly. I have 460 hours in Baldur's Gate 3, and I know I'm not finished because I still don't have all of the achievements. I think I only have like 60% of the achievements or something, but like 460 hours and only 60% of the achievements. Like, seriously. Cy Scribble says, average reaction to Lily exposure. And Tyler Preston says, don't let Lily win. Fight on. You're correct. How many minutes do we have left? 15 more. We got this, guys. We can do this.
Questions about their future all speaks to a level of care and attention to detail that you just don't see in any other RPG romance. The only
You know what? No, I am not giving her that. No, I refuse. But is this what all of Astarian's romance has more depth than this one mod could ever dream of having? I am just saying.
things that comes close is the romance with Garrus in Mass Effect, and that's largely because it follows the same structure by taking advantage of 3 campaigns to go from friends to developing a romantic relationship to then exploring that relationship. But even then, it lacks the sheer variables, mostly because a fully 3D game is just incapable of being as big and expansive as the original Baldur's Gate trilogy was.
Dude, no it is not. Dude. Like, okay, I haven't played this game, so I'm just speaking from everyone else's experiences with it. But explain Expedition 33, Lily. Explain Claire Obscura Expedition 33. I'ma just leave it there.
And there's a good reason why we've never seen anything on the same level before. Imoen Romance is so expansive because it's a passion project dedicated solely to Imoen, and it's a mod, so financial costs aren't a factor. Large mods for Baldur's Gate 2 are neither expensive nor time-consuming to make. In a conventional video game, rather than...
Sorry, I was blowing my nose. But that is the second time that she has brought up mods for Baldur's Gate 2 not taking a lot of time to make. So, what is with Lily trying to say that mods for Baldur's Gate 3 are inherently lesser because they're harder to make? Wouldn't putting in less effort into something make it, I don't know, lesser? Are you seriously trying to tell me that less effort means it's better than something else? I know this is a case-on-case basis, but this is Lily we're talking about. Also, to answer your question, Chris Lucy, my nose is fine. I'm just really congested right now. I have a lot of bad allergies, and yeah, just bad allergies. I am taking some medicine for it. Might need to get a humidifier. But yeah. The point is, I'm fine. Lily is not.
Are neither expensive nor time-consuming to make. In a conventional video game, rather than give every single character a real story to follow with regards to their relationship to the player, more time is spent making a variety of characters, all with shallower stories and relationships, and with no previous ties to the player, because it's more financially viable to present gamers with a collection of waifus to pick from than writing an actual romantic story. I think it would be...
So, funny that she says that. Remember, hear what she just said? Hear what she just said? Let me replay that back.
Make. In a conventional video game, rather than give every single character a real story to follow with regards to their relationship to the player, more time is spent making a variety of characters, all with shallower stories and relationships, and with no previous ties to the player, because it's more financially viable to present gamers with a collection of waifus to pick from than writing an actual romantic story.
So, she just said that it's better to make a video game where the characters are... She just said that She just said that game developers would rather make waifus for people to pick from rather than write an actual romantic story. While showing Gale on screen. Completely ignoring the fact that this is completely false. Let me tell you, I'm going to focus on ignoring the fact that this is completely false. Let me tell you something about the player character in Baldur's Gate 3. It is true that if you pick a completely blank slate of an origin character, then they have no ties to anyone else in the game. However, okay, Chris Lucy is right. I need to take a breath. Okay. Back to it. However, if you pick the Dark Urge, I am not joking here. Every single character, every single companion that you pick up has a connection to you, the Dark Urge, in some way. And I actually wrote down how each character is connected to you, the Dark Urge, in this game. So, number one way that the Dark Urge is connected to you... No, wait. The number one way that the Dark Urge is connected to all the other player characters, if it wasn't for the Dark Urge, none of the player... No. If it wasn't for the Dark Urge, none of the companions would be in the mess, aka the adventure they are in right now. The entire reason the game happens is because of the Dark Urge's shenanigans. Let me repeat that. The entire reason the Dark Urge... No, wait. Let me repeat that. The entire reason the Dark... God, I have so much to say. The entire reason all of your companions are on this quest and the entire reason this game's plot is happening is because of the Dark Urge and what they do before the game starts. So, that's a straight up lie from Lily to say that the player character has no connection to the other characters. But let me list off how the other characters are connected to the Dark Urge, actually. Karlach, the tiefling who's always on fire. Karlach was the bodyguard of Gortash, aka your fellow chosen of the Dead Three. Lae'zel, the Gith, is on a mission to find the artifact, the one that Shadowheart stole from the Gith Kresh, the one that Gortash and you needed for his plans to take over the world. Will's father, the Duke of Baldur's Gate, is being controlled by Gortash, and he realized he needs to save him. Just let that sink in. Gale, in his failed attempt to understand Netherese magic, aka the same magic that gives the Elder Brain so much power. The same magic that gives the Elder Brain so much power, aka the Elder Brain that the Chosen of the Dead Three are taking control over, is the same magic that gave him his magical illness, and it either lets him help against the Nether Brain or lets him blow up the Nether Brain. Halsin might know a cure to the tadpole in your head. Jaheira is from the previous game and has dealt with Ballspawn before. Minsk is also from the previous game and has dealt with Ballspawn before. So, as you can see, literally the only outlier is Astarion. And the reason that is, I think, is because I think he's supposed to represent the casualties that happened because of the Elysian invasion against Baldur's Gate. So, in summary, the idea that all of these characters, all of these people, have no connection to the player character is just a bold-faced lie, because even if none of those things are true, and all of these people were just not connected to the Dark Urge in the ways I described, they would still be connected to him. Well, they would still be connected to them because they wouldn't be in this mess if it wasn't for the Dark Urge. Do you guys get what I'm saying? This is just a fucking lie. Oh, man, I've been waiting to pull out that one. Man, I am so glad I got my thermos out today. Okay, let me reread the chat. Also, Claire Obscura Expedition 33 is a masterpiece. Obviously, I haven't played it yet. Wolf Titan Reading says, Lord, sometimes less is more, but this is not that. Cat Peasant says, you have never played Life is Strange, Lily. Zeal Gold says, Lily views effort in the same way Christian does. Got it. Cat Peasant says, Chloe Price is literally Max's childhood friends who you can romance. Childhood friends to lovers is a common fucking trouble, Lily. That includes video games. Zeal Gold says, for Lily, romance only counts when it's girl on girl. Kate Karka Advantage says, Dark Urge is such an interesting campaign with such replayability. Exactly. Something Lovix the Great says, something my way of doing things is the correct way, and anyone who claims otherwise is just being performative, i.e. you just say you plan ahead to sound smart. Jose, should I play Baldur's Gate 3 for the men? Yeah, you probably should, they're all hot. Lovix the Great says, because we all know Lily Orchard has zero insecurities or need to push others down in order to feel better about herself. Sly Scribble asks, so really it's just her bitching about Astarion again. Honestly, it does sound like that. Tyler Preston says, sounds like Baldur's Gate 3 is anything but shallow in his story and characters. Carcat Vantage says, Baldur's Gate 3 is a masterpiece, totally deserved game of the year. You are completely right. It deserved all the praise it got. It is amazing and beautiful, and I am still pissed at Lily for what she said in my initial stream. But yeah, let's get back to the video.
Stories and relationships, and with no previous ties to the player, because it's more financially viable to present gamers with a collection of waifus to pick from than writing an actual romantic story. I think it would be interesting for a traditional BioWare-style Western RPG to have only one romanceable character and spend all the time that would have been spent mocapping sex scenes on making that one story as good as it can possibly be. But if you do something...
Lily, just because you liked how this mod did it, just because you like how this mod did the romance, doesn't mean that's how Baldur's Gate 3 should have done it. Seriously. Oh my goodness.
Out there, like make them the wrong gender, or if their tits aren't big enough, or if their face isn't anime jailbait enough, or if they're black, then you're going to have players whining.
Hold up. Wait a fucking second. No, you do not know. You said in my initial stream that Will was the best, was way better than the Starian, and he was awesome. But not only here, but also in that video, you were saying that Will was such a nothing burger, and now you're saying that people don't like him because he's black? Are you saying people don't like Will because he's black? Lily, people don't like Will because he's black. People don't like Will because he's underbaked. People don't like Will because he's the most underbaked character / companion in the entire fucking game. I'm starting to think that maybe you're the one being racist here, because him being black was never a factor. Like, oh my fucking lord, guys. You can't say that Will, you can't be the one to say that Will is so great, and then in another video say that he's such a nothing burger, and then say that people don't like it because he's black. No! Since she called him a nothing burger, is she projecting? I feel like, are you projecting, Lily? Like, oh my goodness. Oh my god.
In your support forums, and no amount of talking about the story you wanted to tell is going to appease them. It's not that AAA games can't give that kind of detail, but even if they tried, a lot of those details will simply be lost to an audience that only ever skims the surface.
You can't fucking see that. Dude! Okay, this is clearly... Are you seriously taking a meme as the entire community? Are you seriously taking a meme as the entirety of Baldur's Gate, as the entire Baldur's Gate 3 community? Are you serious right now? What does this say? The intersection between abandonment, betrayal, and the most fundamental violation of bodily autonomy and coming to grips with one's own mortality and the scale of violence that has been done to you. Wow, muscle mommy. Like, this is a meme. I'm starting to think it's one you made yourself. But if this is one you made yourself, that just makes the argument even more invalid, because you can't take a meme as objective fact, Lily. Like, good fucking lord. Also, people talk about how much they love Karlach all the time. Karlach is a fan favorite character. People love Karlach. And also, people call her Muscle Mommy because she's strong and she has muscles and she acts like the mom of the group. Like, are you seriously? Are you shitting me right now? And to say that it will be lost to an audience that only skims the surface, when you skim the surface of the mod that you love so much, and you missed the point of the mod, and you saw the obvious bad ending as somehow good, is insanely hypocritical.
You're doing it right now as I fucking speak. To me,
Oh my god.
lost to an audience that only ever skims the surface. You're doing it right
Oh my lord, dude. Oh my god, I just can't.
now as I fucking speak. To me, the Imoen Romance mod is the platonic ideal of how to do RPG romance.
The Imoen Romance mod is the platonic ideal of how to do RPG romance! Yeah, sure, I totally believe you. Totally!
It's not because of its subject matter, but simply because of how in-depth and how detailed it is. And when it does get into controversial subject matter, it treats them with a level of seriousness I've not seen many stories do. I do think the story is
That seriousness being, hey, I'm homophobic and I hate you two girls kissing. Hey, bestiality happened, so your incest is fine. And hey, I don't care that we're siblings, so I'm not going to talk about it. It treats the story, it treats the incest, which is, the story treats this, oh my god, this story treats the incest with such seriousness, guys. It's so serious. Side Scribble says platonic ideal means it's like the ultimate form or example of a concept. So she's just using a term wrong. Again, but why am I not surprised?
genuinely good and really makes the subject matter work about as well as you can make something like this work. But the point I'm trying to make is that I want something of this size and scope for everyone. Does your RPG let you initiate dialogue with your love interest and have location-specific quality time and couple interactions? No? Well, they fucking should.
Yes! Baldur's Gate 3 has that in spades! And it will technically punish you for it if you don't do this stuff! And you deny that the game has that!
But we're not through yet. There's still the friendship route. Now, as I mentioned, a lot of the conversations
Wait a minute!
should, but we're not through yet. There's still the friendship route.
Wait a fucking minute! Didn't she say that she was doing the friendship route earlier? Or did I miss that and she said that she wasn't? I thought she said she was doing the friendship route, guys. Was she not saying she was doing the friendship route? She literally is like, oh wait, we're not done. There's still the friendship route. But I thought she said we were doing the friendship route. Oh my god, let me just unpause the video. How many more minutes is there? 13 minutes. We have 13 minutes, guys.
Now, as I mentioned, a lot of the conversations and optional discussions are the same. The only difference is the ability to spend quality time with Imoen doesn't exist here, which I find disappointing. On the friendship route, this is your best friend we're talking about. There's no reason most of the quality time conversations can't still happen.
Wow, the incest mod titled Imoen Romance doesn't let you spend quality time with Imoen in the friendship route? Wow, I wonder why! What an unfounded precedent! Okay, Side Scribble says, no, she's just said in the past she only plays a friendship route. She's been talking about the romance this whole time. Oh, so that's why I'm confused. Thank you for sadly clarifying.
But still, you can have a lot of philosophical conversations about class, race, alignment, the whole shebang. If anything, the similarities between the friendship route only highlights the close bond that Imoen and the ward have, regardless of their relationship. While a lot of drama is made about a potential romance, the reality is the relationship doesn't change that much, save for some making out on the romance side, and Imoen being a useless lesbian on the friendship side.
So, remember when I said to keep in mind that she said there wasn't a lot of difference between the romance route and the friendship route? she lied again and contradicted herself again, because in the romance route, you can fuck her, manipulate her into being in a relationship with her, and also marry her eventually. And depending on which route you take, you can either be evil and manipulate her into being her marriage slave, I guess, or just go around being doing good around the world while still being married siblings. That is wonderful, I guess. Just great.
Of the two, I actually like the friendship side more because it slots in nicely with a lot of the stuff I've written myself lately.
Oh, bullshit! You like the friendship. Bullshit! Bull fucking shit, man. Oh my god. You've been talking about the romance this entire time. Half of this video, more than half of this video so far, isn't about the romance route. And you're telling me your favorite is the friendship one? I am flipping you with a bird right now. I don't believe you. Also, Chris Lucy, I am sorry about the spider.
The friendship route is also the only route where the two acknowledge each other as siblings, as on the romance route they reject any familial connection entirely, and Imoen will even become incensed with the player if they suggest otherwise.
Oh my fucking god. That is just objectively not true. Like, oh my goodness. Wait, what?
Myself lately. The friendship route is also the only route where the two acknowledge each other as siblings, as on the romance route they reject any familial connection entirely, and Imoen will even become incensed with the player if they suggest otherwise.
That is not true. You also contradicted yourself again. You showed me several dialogue options, presumably in the romance route, where several characters come to Imoen in the ward and are like, hey, you two are siblings and you two are having sex together. That's kind of odd. And that's objectively acknowledging that they're siblings. Like, and Lily, if you're talking about how they dance around it all the time, and they're like, oh, we're not really siblings actually, no! That's still acknowledging that they're siblings. Being all cheeky about it doesn't ignore the fact that they're siblings. Good fucking Christ, man. My head fucking hurts. Oh my god, my head hurts. Okay, Chris Lucy, I don't really know what to say about the spider on your face. I hope there is no longer a spider on your face. Wolf Titan Reading says, this whole thing they keep fucking talking about how they're siblings, everyone points this out. Yeah! There's an entire section called companion reactions where the companions react to you being siblings and fucking. And Cy Scribble says, now is danced around. At the start, she said the game will punish you for ignoring their siblings and trying to rules lawyer out of it. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys.
Now this is where I'm going to talk about Bob. While available in both routes, I saved it for here because fuck you, I do what I want. Bob is a magical bracelet you could acquire in Chapter 6. When coming out of the Adventure Mart, there might be a woman hawking jewelry. If you choose to browse, Imoen will spot a mysterious bracelet and make a scene to swipe it. Putting aside the fact that this is one of the few times we see Imoen stealing something, doing this gives her an item that only she can actually equip. This fine bracelet is made of some strange material the color of bronze. It is almost weightless and displays intricate carvings and symbols on its surface. They don't belong to any language you understand. It was acquired by Imoen from a traveling merchant at Joaquin's Promenade. Acquired is to be read as stolen. Its origin is unknown, perhaps a family heirloom or an ancient artifact long lost and recently recovered. It certainly does not look of recent make. It is clear that Bob, as Imoen has dubbed it, they all have these grand silly names. Bob suits him just fine. Harbors considerable power within. Though intriguing, this property doesn't seem to be nefarious. The artifact itself emanates a strong positive energy, as if somehow willing to be of assistance. This, combined with its fine craftsmanship, seems to convey the wearer in a kind of supernatural grace and elegance. Additionally, Imoen claims to be able to think better, whatever that might mean. Needless to say, Imoen is extremely protective of Bob and will in all likelihood chew your head off rather than let you use it, sell it, or do anything untoward with it. Bob improves Imoen's dexterity by 1 and her casting speed by 2. These are massive bonuses. Imoen already has 18 dexterity, and in BG2, going from 18 to 19 in any stat confers exponentially greater bonuses than any single point before it. Given that Imoen is almost always wielding a short bow and shooting enemies between spellcasts, this makes her that much more accurate and deadly. For mages, casting speed is an extremely important stat to improve. Being able to cast Horrid Wilting faster and get a
Okay. I mean this in the best way possible. Why is this relevant? Also, Chris Lucy, I am glad the spider is gone.
magic missile out instantly, or even get a buff out faster, is not only going to win fights more reliably, it makes the window an enemy can interrupt you that much smaller. Only 2 items in the game, Robe of Vecna and the Amulet of Power, improve casting speed. Robe of Vecna is the item to give your primary spellcaster. Few people actually run Imoen as their primary arcane spellcaster. She's usually a backup, and so few have ever given her Robe of Vecna. This gives her a valuable bonus to her spellcasting that only she gets. Bear in mind, the popular perception of Imoen as a rogue who spellcasts on the side is very incorrect. By the end of Throne of Ball, Imoen is rocking 7 levels in Thief and 31 levels in Mage. That's
dependent on your gameplay. That's not an objective fact of the game. Like, you can completely respec your classes in the game, as far as I'm aware. Like, that's just dependent on you and your gameplay, right? I'm only going off of Baldur's Gate 3. But to be like, oh, Imoen can become the super powerful mage, more powerful than Elminster, like, no, just because it's your game does not mean that it's like an objective thing, Lily. Good Christ.
dual classing works. Imoen is an archmage who fires a bow sometimes and also picks locks. Every other companion either starts with unique and powerful equipment or gains it later on in their quest. Imoen is the only one who doesn't. This mod fixes that. Furthermore, Bob has a quest line.
Maybe, why, what do you mean fixes? What do you mean fixes? Maybe it was never a problem to be fixed. Oh hey, Billy Bacon, aka Friendly Russet, what's up?
Of his own. In Throne of Ball, you can talk to the owner of Arcana Archives, who will take a tracing of the runes on Bob and research them. Catching up with him in M. Kethrin later on reveals that the bracelet is holding a trapped planetar named Serenthis, who was caged there by a demon. The bracelet's actual name is Calcin. If you make a deal with the demon, you could destroy Serenthis, drain his power into the bracelet, improving its stats and granting an extra 7th, 8th, and 9th level spells, and gaining a free cast of Greater Whirlwind and improved alacrity. However, doing this disgusts Imoen so completely that if you're in a romance with her, it will end. Depending on other factors, she might actually leave the party entirely. Destroying a celestial being to steal its power is so beyond the pale for her that it fundamentally changes her opinion of you. Instead, if you're not a psychopath, you could free Serenthis, who will make a pact with Imoen. This gets rid of the bracelet, but gives her the ability to summon a unique planetar. Summon Planetar is a high-level mage ability that summons in an extremely powerful ally that hits like a truck, resists magic, has a Vorpal effect, and has numerous immunities.
So basically, Bob can help Imoen become this super powerful Mary Sue with basically no weaknesses. No wonder Lily likes this so much. No wonder this takes up a full, several minutes.
Ordinarily, this takes up a level 9 spell slot, but instead Imoen gets it as an innate ability, freeing up a limited spell slot. I can't stress this enough. Gaining the ability to summon a planetar for free on its own is fucking amazing. That Serenthis is twice as powerful as a normal planetar, even more so. Getting a free...
This clip doesn't show it that well because I am not very good at Baldur's Gate. You don't say! way!
Cast of that might be the best innate ability in the fucking game. You see what I mean? Not only is this adding Imoen as a romanceable companion, it's giving her all the things a companion is supposed to have, and elevating her in every way to make her one of the best companions in the game.
Yeah, elevating her to Mary Sue status, where she's basically unbeatable and she can, like, one-hit kill everybody in the room. Yeah, that's so perfect and awesome, and definitely not total fucking bullshit. I love that. Totally love that. Really, really love that. Oh my fucking god.
Lastly, and this is the fun one, is the Eri romance. Throughout Shadows of Am, if you have Eri in your party, she and Imoen will become friends. This comes with its own dialogue and banters throughout the campaign, as they have a lot of conversations and play pranks on the ward. If romanced, Imoen will talk to Eri about relationship foibles. However, if you stay on the friendship path, then in Throne of Ball, Imoen's friendship with Eri will turn into a crush. She actually talks to the player about it, and you can encourage or discourage her to confess her feelings. However, if you're familiar with Baldur's Gate, you already know that Eri is heterosexual. She's romanceable by the player if male and hair delise, and not if you're female, which leads to, I'm so sorry, I don't feel that way about women. In a way, I wish I did. You're everything to me. I think so highly of you, only not that way. I can't reciprocate that kind of attraction. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Eri. Did you just say you're not gay, but you wish you were? Eri. As you continue through the campaign, you eventually overhear a conversation where Eri has suggested that Imoen
Oh my goodness. Like, Lily. Oh my god. Okay. Eri, I know I'm giving this mod way too much credit, but Eri literally just said, hey, I want to feel this way, but I just don't. And sometimes that's just how people work. Like, you can't force someone to be a specific sexuality. Like, you just can't. Right? I don't know why I'm asking. I know that's fact. Like, you can't force someone to be a specific sexuality. And like, look, I don't know what Lily is trying to imply here. Being all, like, shocked or, surprised. Or, like, in disbelief that, that she is, that Eri is, like, that Eri is like this. It's just, no, dude. No. That's not how it works, man. Just not how it works. Cat Peasant 106 says, "Oh, just wait, nerd." Oh, just wait, nerd. It gets worse. Oh boy.
cast a wish spell to alter reality and make Eri attracted to women. Look, it's a moot point because you're not into the ladies, and there's no way
Wait a minute, what? Wait, what?
Eri. As you continue through the campaign, you eventually overhear a conversation where Eri has suggested that Imoen cast a wish spell to alter reality and make Eri attracted to women. Look, it's a moot point because you're not into the ladies, and there's no way I'd use a freaking wish spell on you, so the conversation's over. I don't know why you're so concerned. We won't rush into it. We'll do the research and make sure we are getting everything right. You don't understand. It's not within the tried and true parameters. It falls on crapshot territory. Who knows what might happen to you? To us all, reality is a devious thing. Try to reshape it all willy-nilly and you're just asking for all sorts of disaster. You know, I might eventually catch up to your skill in magic. I could cast it myself then. The risk is the same. Aren't you listening? Why aren't you listening to me? I am listening, Imoen. I simply think the risk is worth it. What I think is you're a stubborn, fairy-faced lummox. Remember what we talked about? Becoming old maidens, always waiting for that perfect knight in shining armor? Well, you are my knight. Who is going to come into my life and sweep me off my feet? They all pale in comparison to you. But I can't feel that attraction you feel. I just can't, so I want to fix it. airy! Oh my god, however deep in the closet you thought you were, at least take comfort that you were never airy. I'm not gay, but you should cast a wish spell on me to make me gay because I desperately want to be with you because you are fucking perfect, the Avariel. If nothing.
Okay. I let that play out because I was kind of in total shock. What the fuck? Oh my god. Red Ninja Flame says, literally 1 second later, it got worse. Yup. K Carcat Vantis says, yup, the mod offers the solution of conversion therapy, the spell. Basically. Wolf Titan Reading says, no, this takes away your autonomy. This is in-shell shit. This isn't the closet. It's fucking gross. Yeah. It is fucking gross. And Cat Peasant says, so it's literally changed his character's sexuality spell. Oh my god. And Sai Scribble says, Lily is trying to play it off as Aries just in the closet. No, Lily. The actual mod is saying she wants to change her sexual orientation with magic because this was written by Gooner idiots. Also true. Valen says, what the fuck? This is like a gay person getting wished to be straight. Exactly. Wolf Titan Reading says, I'm a straight dude. This pisses me off. Lovix the Great says, remember kids, conversion therapy is a-okay when it's straight going to gay. Lily Orchard, apparently. You guys said it way better than I ever could. Like, Lily. This is not the wholesome, oh, I'm just in the closet and don't know it and I'm taking drastic measures that you think it is. This is weird Gooner shit. This is honestly really gross. Really fucking gross if you think about it for longer than a few minutes. No, a few seconds. And I'm going to unpause and hopefully move on because there's not a lot of video left.
Nothing else I've said this entire video should have convinced you this mod is a mandatory install. This should be it, because you have to fucking see this shit. This is the cutest, dumbest, sweetest, most ridiculous fucking idiot plot in gaming history. 10 out of fucking 10. Baldur's Gate 3 wouldn't have the fucking balls. Anyway.
So, did you guys just hear that? Conversion therapy with magic makes this game a 10 out of 10, and Baldur's Gate 3 is dog shit because it wouldn't have conversion therapy. And apparently, conversion therapy is okay if it's with magic and if it's straight to gay. Wow! I love being human and having ears and being able to see and listen to things. Oh my fucking god. From the same mod where they make people homophobic for no reason, good point, Slice Scribbles. Wolf Titan Reading says, because this is something that breaks character, it's disrespectful to the story, and it's fucking gross because of this. If this was a straight to gay to straight, she would want their dick on the pike. Also correct. Valen says, a mandatory install, brah, no. Also true. Tyler Preston says, how is that cute? It's fucking gross. True. Carcat Vantage rightfully says, Baldur's Gate 3 wouldn't have this garbage in it, Lily. Wolf Titan Reading says, yeah, because it would fucking piss off the goddamn LGBT by saying, hey, magic makes you gay. We're not giving you the right to live your life, magic. Magic makes you gay. Now, it's not who you are. Oh my fucking lord. Guys, Guys, I'm starting to think, I am genuinely starting to think that she only made this video to express how much she loves this mod and to shit on Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think she cared about the integrity of the mod or anything like that. I don't think she cared about that at all. I think she solely wanted to say how bad Baldur's Gate 3 was and to say that this shitty mod from over 20 years ago is so much better. I am genuinely starting to think that's what she is saying right now. Like homegirl. What am I supposed to say? Oh my fucking lord. Side Scribble says, imagine if it was Imoen, like, I wish I could be with this man. I should cast a spell to make myself straight. Exactly. If you swap the sexualities and it immediately becomes problematic, it might be problematic automatically. Oh my god. How many more minutes? 6 minutes. We're almost there, guys.
Imoen later asked the ward what she thinks. If you encourage her, nothing comes of it until the epilogue, where it turns out it worked and Imoen and Eri are happily married and destroying tyrants together, to the point where after Imoen eventually dies of the genetic defect known as being human, Eri goes on to promote her ideals for the rest of her long life. I am convinced that Genie didn't do a fucking thing. My only problem with the friendship route, and admittedly it is a petty me thing, is that in the vast majority of endings, Imoen and the ward go their separate ways. I don't like that. The only way for this not to be the case is if you corrupt Imoen, convince her to embrace Baal's essence, and then ascend as a god with Imoen as your handmaid.
Wait a second, excuse me?
It is a petty me thing, is that in the vast majority of endings, Imoen and the ward go their separate ways. I don't like that. The only way for this not to be the case is if you corrupt Imoen, convince her to embrace Baal's essence, and then ascend as a god with Imoen as your handmaid. That's it.
Yo! Guys, did she just tell on herself again? She literally just said that her least favorite parts of the friendship route with Imoen is the fact that they go their separate ways, and that the only ways to not have them go their separate ways is if they're like, it's like if they're abused or something. Like, so you don't like the fact that they go their separate ways. And the only way to make them not go their separate ways is if they're like severe, if one is severely abused by the other. Are you serious? You are, oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Are you just mad that the siblings in the friendship route aren't constantly joined at the hip and codependent with each other? Is that your issue here? Oh my lord! Wolf Titan says, I'm so mad when I hear this. I can't think straight. It's so fucking bullshit. The writer should be embarrassed. Lubbox the Great says, Baldur's Gate 3 sucks because it doesn't have incest conversion therapy. Literally and unironically, without a single trace of hyperbole. Lily Orchard 2026. So I Scribble says, wait, yeah, she prefers the friendship route, where the only way to keep M1 around is to be evil and force her. Exactly! That is what she's saying! K Carcat Vantage says, oh yeah, Lily hates the siblings not being codependent. That's literally what I said! And, to answer Friendly Russet, aka Billy Bacon's initial question of, do I have a cold? Not exactly a cold, although I might be coming down with one, but I do have allergies. My allergies are pretty intense. But, Lily, you don't like it when Imoen isn't joined at the hip with you constantly, and she actually lives on with your own life? Are you shitting me right now?
To embrace Baal's essence, and then ascend as a god with Imoen as your handmaid. That's it. If you do the friendship route, don't do the airy romance and remain mortal, you just get her base game ending, which is about the same. She and the ward part ways seemingly forever, and that's just, it's so sad. No, I don't like, it's sad. No, I don't like that. No. That petty grievance aside, the last thing to touch on is the music. About the Shadows of Amon
You cannot be serious. She's literally saying she doesn't like the fact that Imoen and the ward aren't constantly at each other's side and unhealthily codependent with each other. Lily, you are telling on yourself. Oh my fucking god. And thank you for the concern, friendly Russet. Do not worry, I will be fine. I will take cold medicine and watch a lot of meme videos after this one because God knows I need it. Cat Peasant says, so she likes toxic codependency and siblings in this shitty mod, but hates it in Coffin of Andy and Lele. Huh. I was told that it's portrayed as a bad thing in the Coffin of Andy and Lele. I wonder why she hates it in that game. I wonder why.
Throne of Ball segments have their own unique soundtracks. The soundtrack itself is a little hit or miss. For instance, the most frequently played track, Tails, yeah, it's both very loud and very harsh. Funnily enough, it has the exact same melody of Purity, another frequently used song. Purity even has its own reprise in Throne of Ball. And another track, Breakthrough, has the same melody running alongside it. So I guess in the absence of a real theme, we can call this Imoen's leitmotif. Yeah, this mod is so expansive it gave Imoen her own leitmotif. The Ares segment.
Okay, I let that little bit play out because of one thing. Lily Orchard acknowledges that Imoen in this mod has her own leitmotif. However, anyone who knows about Lily Orchard and, coincidentally, has watched Psy's streams on Lily Orchard knows that Psy has been screaming at Lily Orchard for not recognizing Steven Universe leitmotifs for the entire fucking time she has been watching, quote-unquote, that show. So, Lily can recognize when leitmotifs are a thing, but just refuses to do it for Steven Universe. Either she's really stupid and just doesn't recognize it in the show and is picking and choosing where to find it, or she's just being intentionally malicious and is only picking and choosing. She's just picking and choosing again. And in that case, you're still being really stupid, but in a worse way. Good Christ! Crystal, he says pool hopping! Exactly! Pool hopping! Fucking pool hopping! Man, my throat hurts. K. Carcat Advantage says Lily understands leitmotifs when it suits her. Maybe. Okay, deep breaths. How many minutes have we got? 4 minutes, everybody. Fallon says, love how he managed to slip Steven Universe in here. We are never escaping Steven Universe. As we should. I like that show. Steven Universe mentioned, exactly.
Segments in Throne of Ball have their own theme as well, which is actually a piano reprise of Ares' already existing romance theme.
Wow, so inspiring. I love this totally not generic music. Wow, this is so amazing. I'm definitely not spacing out. I'm totally not super bored right now.
Oh my god, that's beautiful. I might actually cry. The soundtrack is genuinely amazing, and not just because it came with a full fucking soundtrack at all. Some of the songs are quite moving and really fit the mood the story is going for. And then others are, Dawn.
Oh, dang it. The music was so lame, it buffered the fucking stream. Imagine having music taste so ass. Spacing out so bad. Even the stream is spacing out! Okay, guys, is the stream back? Okay, I hope the stream is back. I think it's back. Anyway, back to it since we have 3 minutes left.
Mood the story is going for. And then others are, Dawn. This always plays at full volume and will always startle the shit out of you. Some of them have the
You say that like that's not as generic as the other music you played.
problem of being very loud and very harsh, and quite frankly, they don't actually blend with the game's existing music very well, but we are talking about a soundtrack made by a teenager in the early 2000s with free tools available. It's
Wait a second. Wait a god damn second. Wait a minute. Guys. Guys? Ain't no way. At the end of the video, with 2 minutes left, she finally admitted that this mod was made by a teenager in the early 2000s. And she didn't even fully admit it. She just said that the soundtrack was made by a teenager. Not that the full mod was made by a teenager, just the soundtrack. But guys, the entire mod was made by the stupid kid in 2000 and something. So, at the end of this video, you finally bring up that this mod was made by this dumbass kid in 2000 something. And do you expect me to take it seriously? Like, say that I was a completely oblivious viewer and I knew nothing about you, and I was just like, oh, I want to know about the most infamous mod for this game, and I decided to, for some reason, look through all of this, watch through all of this video. Am I supposed to listen to you admit that this game was made in part by a teenager in the early 2000s and think it's supposed to be high art? Am I supposed to think that this mod made by a teenager that you think is supposed to be better than all of Baldur's Gate 3 is high art? I don't want to rag on teenagers. Sometimes kids can make like really awesome stuff, but guys, let's not kid ourselves here. I think she put this information at the end of the video for a fucking reason, and I find it insulting. And oh my fucking god, like, oh my god fucking damn it. There's 2 minutes left. We can do this, guys.
Not going to be like a nom nom nami game, although the files are simply OGG.
Oh my god. We lasted 3 fucking seconds, everybody. I don't want to go too in depth into this because the stream is already long enough. But from what I've heard about Nom Nom Nami, none of it is good. And to think that the fact that she is saying that, oh, it's not going to be like this other game that I hold in high regard. Lily? You are fucking weird.
Files, so you could replace them. Imagine if instead of the dream world music, whenever you have an Imoen dream, you just hear something's wrong.
I lurk behind your soul and the very fiber of your being. I am the only thing left when mind and reason are stripped away.
This would be perfect for a friendship route playthrough where you want to view the dreams as a corrupting element of the taint and not a moment of self-reflection, especially when the dream Imoen bold-facedly tells you that's what she is. Now, while we've exhaustively gone through the subject matter, you may be surprised to know that this is actually not why this mod is so infamous. Look, cards on the table, incest is not as contentious a topic in storytelling as some people like to think it is.
Yo, excuse me? I think you're lying again. Actually, no, I know you're lying again. Maybe it's contentious because siblings fucking each other is weird.
Look, cards on the table, incest is not as contentious a topic in storytelling as some people like to think it is. 20 million people tuned in to watch the Game of Thrones finale, after all, and an audience...
Okay. I don't know shit about Game of Thrones, okay? So, I am just saying this based on my own experiences, knowing Game of Thrones through the grapevine and tangentially, okay? I highly, highly, highly doubt people watch Game of Thrones for the fucking incest, okay? I refuse to believe that people watch Game of Thrones, one of the most popular TV shows, I think, of all time, at the time it was airing, for the fucking incest! Like, seriously? Like, no! I don't no! And maybe the reason why incest isn't as prevalent in media nowadays is because incest is bad and it's weird. Oh my lord. Carcat Vantis says she acts like Game of Thrones didn't depict incest as bad, so it depicted it as a bad thing, and she's acting like it's a good thing. Oh my goodness. Red Ninja Flame says that's not applicable. So it's not even applicable in this instance. Wolf Titan Reading says also an incest writer, by the way, fucking incest is banned on Amazon. So it is a contentious topic. Velen says, did she just downplay incest by comparing this mod to Game of Thrones? I think she did. Like, Lily, I don't think people cared about Game of Thrones because of the incest. I think they care for way bigger reasons. And Zeogold just said, all the wild stuff in Game of Thrones, and Lily only notices the incest. Yeah, like, there was a whole ass meme with winter is coming and stuff, right? That was a whole huge thing. I don't know a lot about Game of Thrones, but I knew that. And Lily was only focusing on the incest. Are you serious right now? Really? Great. Great work there.
Hungry for sister fucking got 5 Dollenganger books written and got them all adapted into salacious TV movies. And that cannibal got 5 people tuned in to watch the Game of Thrones finale after all. And an audience hungry for sister fucking got 5 Dollenganger books written and got them all adapted.
Lily, what are these books? Am I supposed to know what these are in reference to? Just because you flash some random incest books on screen doesn't mean that they're popular. Or even well received. Lily, have you seen the After movies? Or any 365 Days movies? Or the Kissing Booth movies? Look at any bad rom-com, Lily. Lily, Lily, things don't need to be well received to have adaptations made of them. Okay, Size Triples rightfully says, Game of Thrones is popular, so my sister fucking mod should be too. Wolf Titan Reading says, leave VC Andrews out of your goddamn mouth. Okay, so I'm guessing from that message that VC Andrews is actually a decent person. I think. I don't know anything, okay? Lily Vlovich the Great says, Lily Orchard thinks that incest in Game of Thrones is the main draw of the show because Lily Orchard believes depiction is the exact same thing as endorsement, even when it's portrayed as bad. Oh my gosh. Oh, Okay, Wolf Titan Reading just said, and Flowers in the Attic is a bad thing. It's a book about abuse and trauma. It's a horror novel. Okay, so this horror novel series that was adapted into a film. Are you seriously saying that this horror? Are you seriously saying that this horror series being adapted into a film, just because it has incest in it, that means that your incest mod is okay? Are you serious? God, my nose. I promise you I am fine. It's just, good Christ, guys. So, what's our next example?
Into salacious TV movies, and that cannibal incest game, despite being terrible, elevated the developer from shameless ripoff artist to fucking millionaire overnight. People like you
Okay, so her examples of people of incest not being a contentious topic is Game of Thrones, a show which has so much more going on to it than just incest, and where incest is depicted as bad, and a horror novel series that was adapted into like movies or TV show or something, where incest is also depicted as bad, and The Coffin of Andy and Lele, where incest is also depicted as bad. 3 things in a row where incest is depicted as bad. And she is using these things to say that her stupid incest mod is where incest is depicted as good. She's using these things to compare one another when they're not comparable at all. Guys, my throat hurts. I'm going to die. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Like, Lily, you can't use 3 media that depict incest as a bad thing to compare to your incest mod that depicts it as a good thing to say that incest is not a contentious topic. Clearly it is if all 3 of the media depict it as a bad thing. Sly Scribble says, that's your brain leaking out of your nose from listening to Lily. Oh my god, I think it is. Jose39 says, we got the nerd crush out. Oh my guys, there's 2 minutes left. I thought I would have been done by now. Okay, K Carcat Ventus says, here's some evidence that doesn't connect at all, but I will act like it proves my point. I win. Exactly!
Elevated the developer from shameless ripoff artist to fucking millionaire overnight. People like you, who retch at the subject involved in self-protective spewing of the same 3 jokes, and people like me, who are ambivalent at best and apathetic at worst.
Why are you saying that people who think incest is gross are the weird ones? Like, I'm sorry, incest is gross, and if you think otherwise, you are weird. I'm sorry. Like, no, actually, no, I'm not sorry. If you think incest is gross, get away from my channel, please. Like, stay as far away from me as possible. Go to the fucking moon for all I care. Like, oh my god, I'm getting a fucking headache. Oh my god. Coffin's creator was fucking Doxily. She was not made a millionaire. Wait, Cat Peasant 106, is that seriously true? Oh my lord, she was doxed? Jesus fucking Christ, people are crazy. Oh my god. The brains are leaking out of me. Oh my god, my brain hurts. My brain hurts. My brain hurts. Wait, Chris Lucy said, I misspoke on something? What was it? The moon doesn't deserve Lily. Oh, yeah, I did misspeak on that. Sorry, my brain is so fucking fried right now. I meant to say, My Cat Peasant 106 said, Lily broke you so bad you misspoke. Yes, I did. What I meant to say was, if you think incest is not gross and you think it's fine, then leave my channel. Go away. Ignore what I said before. That was me. That was my brain leaking out of my ears and my nose and all my other orifices. Like, my brain is just, like, guys, you know what I meant. Don't do incest, okay? Oh my god. Oh my god. Zeogold says, Lily just said that people who don't like incest are prudes that need to grow a pair. Yeah, I think that's what she just said. And Lovex the Great says, yes, the Coffin Game, where Lily Orchard has gone on record to say that Lele is an abusive seductress, while also saying that she sees her sister Courtney and Lele. Wow, I wonder what that is. Jesus fucking Christ.
Are a minority and has been proven so many times. No, the mod was infamous because when
Want to give a source on that, please? Oh my god.
it first released incomplete in 2003, it was about what you'd expect from a teenager in 2003. Corny as hell, cheesy, very over-the-top and melodramatic, and containing a dozen different dialogue options that amount to try and force yourself on Imoen, and she turns into a glowing silver mage version of the Slayer and kills you with ghosts. It was eventually rewritten in the 2010s by
Oh my god. Oh my god. So, apparently it was rewritten, and the rewritten stuff that we saw, I'm assuming, is, ha 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 ha, it's been years since you saw Emlyn like this. Forget about what she said and just keep looking at Emlyn. The sight of her unbridled joy is such a rare treasure. Now you'll see, I'll have my revenge. Start to tickling onslaught. Again, this is the writing she keeps praising, and it's apparently rewritten, and that was rewritten in the 2010s. Oh my god. And again, guys, this is the writing that was rewritten in the 2010s to be more up to date and not by a teenager in 2003. Oh my god. I cannot read this again, guys. I just can't. But I will say this one thing. A fresh breeze carries her whisper. Cherry locks of hair titillate around her face. And that's all I'm reading. Oh my god. No. I can't. I'm sorry. Tyler Preston says, don't do incest, nerd of all trades, 2026. And you can quote me on that.
T.C. Dale, and the long-awaited Throne of Ball segment finished by the original author.
Okay, she just mentioned this. Originally rewritten. Okay, she just said this, okay?
It was eventually rewritten in the 2010s by T.C. Dale, and the long-awaited Throne of Ball segment finished by the original author Israel Barbazano.
It was eventually rewritten in the 2010s by T.C. Dale. Now, if you've read, or I guess more accurately watched, Cy Scribble's section on T.C. Dale, you know exactly why. Take it. You know exactly why. If Cy's video would stop buffering for a second. You know exactly why this guy is completely and utterly insane. Not like, so, T.C. Dale, guys, where do I even begin? Why are you in 240p? So, oh my god, not the goddamn fireworks. So, she said it was rewritten by T.C. Dale, right? What she fails to mention about T.C. Dale is that he writes erotica erotica fiction. And something TC Dale wrote that I think you can still find on his goddamn website is he wrote a book called The Rape of Imoen. So, that is the guy who helped to rewrite this incest mod. So, yeah. Thanks for reminding me of that at the end of the video, Lily. Do you seriously think that putting in the important information about the people who made the mod wouldn't make people look up who the people are? Like, seriously? Like, do you think you're doing something smart by having the people who made the mod be mentioned at the end of the video? That's not smart. That's not cheeky. Like, if anything, that's just gonna make people want to look at it more because, like, they waited this long to find out who were, like, who are actually behind the thing. And they're gonna find out that the people behind it wrote a book called The Rape of Imoen. Good fucking Christ. Rereading the chat for a little bit. So you admit it is dog shit, Lily. Yes, she admit it's a crappy mod written by a teenager in the 2000s. Great. Zealgoat says, it gets worse. Lily is on record saying that race mixing is worse than incest. Yo, what? Carcat Ventus says, oh, so she brought TC Dale now. Almost at the very end of the video, where most people didn't stay to see. Yeah, actually, like, I know that when I stay to the very end of the video, I'm gonna look at the people, if you're gonna mention them at the end of the video, at the very least. And I feel, man, now I'm projecting. God damn it. Man, I am so sorry about the lightning and thunder happening, Side Scribbles. Wolf Titan Reading says, again, nerd, I recommend reading VC Andrews. She's an amazing writer for Gothic horror. I will be sure to check her out and actually appreciate her writing, unlike Lily, who seems to completely misunderstand it. God damn it. Okay. 1 minute left, guys. We can do this.
And the long-awaited Throne of Ball segment finished by the original author Israel Barbizano, 12 years older, wiser, and now a professional published author. Hell yeah.
Official published author. Congratulations to him. Oh, God. Guys, just check out Psy Stream for more context on this guy, because, trust me, it is way worse than you think.
Israel Barbizano, 12 years older, wiser, and now a professional published author. Hell yeah. The original version was still available for download until the site went down earlier this year, which is an amazing commitment to preservation. I don't even like keeping good videos up that are older than 10 years. You can even play that version yourself, although you might need...
I don't like keeping good videos up older than 10 years. Funny that she says that, because I think Sai has reacted to videos that she has taken down that are over 10 years old. How? The fireworks fucking interrupted me. Oh my god, I have to ignore it. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. But as I was saying, how very interesting that she says that. Isn't it? Isn't it, everybody?
To track down or pirate the original pre-enhanced edition version of BG2. It's a fascinating relic of early 2000s youth fanfiction and all the cringe therein. Then again, the mod as it exists now is no less cheesy, silly, or heartfelt. It's just not as superficially edgy. Anyway, that's the most controversial mod in RPG history. Although, if we're being completely honest, Seralith really should be the one holding that title.
Sequel video.
No!
I just had to let that out. I've been holding that in for the past several hours. Oh my fucking god. Guys, I think we need a palate cleanser. Okay. That's a good video for us to... It's a good video for us to react to after all that bullshit. Yep, we're really doing this right now. We're actually doing this. Nah, little kitties. Look at them all, they're so cute. Yeah, I love these little flute balls. Okay. Enough of kitties. Yep. So, that was kitties. And, that was also the, Lily Orchard stream, unfortunately. Yeah. Wolf Titan reading says for me to watch Prepente in the Lair tonight after this. And I do want to, but I looked up the song and I am kind of afraid that it's copyrighted music, so I am not going to risk the stream on that. But, yeah. That was Lily Orchard's video on the Imoen incest mod. I need a nap? I would say I need a drink if I was old enough to drink. I might need some water. A lot of fucking water. Guys, I don't even know if painful can describe the sheer amount of bullshit that I just watched. Like, I crashed out, I screamed, and man, that was just, oh my lord. Man, I don't know what to say. I kinda said what I already wanted to say. yeah. Next stream will be, I have no idea when. Thank you guys for all the support. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you very much. Honestly, that means so much. Thank you a lot for tuning in, giving your input, and thank you so much for the concern. And yeah, I don't know when my next react to Lily will be. I might need a break, to be honest. This video kind of broke me in ways I never expected. But yeah, but despite that, it was fun. I still had fun despite my brain leaking out of my ears, but yeah. Thank you all so much for joining me today. And I hope you all have a good rest of your day. And if you celebrate 4th of July, and if you do celebrate, I hope the fireworks aren't too noisy where you are right now. Yeah. I will hopefully see you all next time. I hope the next react isn't as crazy as this one. Although, let's be for real, it probably will be. Yeah. See ya.